Bună dimineața, good morning. We are in the second day of the Bucharest Arbitration Days, and we are delighted to have our second keynote speaker. It is with great pleasure that I will introduce Professor Maria Chiara Malaguti, and personally, it is a great honor to me. I had the pleasure to collaborate with Professor Malaguti in the past. We meet often in Vienna and in New York at the UNCITRAL Works, and we are fortunate to have her today on her first visit to Bucharest, but not the last one. Professor Maria Chiara Malaguti is a full professor of international law at Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore, Italy, where she teaches trade law and international law and economics. Professor Malaguti is a legal expert as well to the legal service of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and in this capacity, she's also assisting the Italian state legal team in international investment arbitral disputes. So if you have any questions, in particular about the critical cases against Italy, Professor Malaguti is the right person to ask. Professor Malaguti also represents Italy in different fora for the ISDS Investor State Dispute Settlement Reform. And I mentioned she is also representing Italy in the UNCITRAL Working Group 3. And she has contributed to the drafting of the latest version of Italy's model bilateral investment treaty. Professor Malaguti is a member of the ICC Italian Arbitration Committee and also of the ICC Commission on Arbitration and ADR. I would say I saved the best for last. In August 2020, the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs appointed Professor Malaguti as the president of UNIDROIT, in fact, the first woman president of the UNIDROIT. For those not familiar with the UNIDROIT, this is an intergovernmental organization whose objective is to harmonize private international law across countries through uniform rules, international conventions, and the production of model laws, sets of principles, guides, and guidelines. And I'm sure that everybody in this room reference at least one the UNIDROIT rules and guidelines. UNIDROIT was set up in 1926 as an auxiliary organ of the League of Nations and currently has 65 member states. Professor Malaguti also graduated law and economics, and she has an LLM from Harvard Law School and a doctorate from the European University Institute of Florence. I do not have the time to mention all the publications, but I do urge you, if you have time, interest, and the need, to go to Professor Malaguti's publications as they are groundbreaking and critical. Without further ado, Professor Malaguti, the floor is yours.
After such a presentation, you do understand how old I am, which is the only thing that this presentation makes. On the other side, I know it would be much more interesting for you to hear the Italian cases, but of course I can't. I know there are a few that would be really interesting. This famous Rockoper case, I hear of that in every single conference, but we are at an annulment phase, so there's really nothing I can say on that. I hope in 1 year I'll be able to come here again and tell you something that you might like. What we decided to do today for my keynote speech, because of the title that you have of the conference, and try to find what could be a critical development in investment arbitration, I would give you some hints on a project that UNIDROIT and ICC, through the Institute of World Business Law, which is chaired by Eduardo Silva Romero, who was chairing one of the panels yesterday. We are doing a project, which normally our project end with a legal instrument, which might be hard or soft law, but in this case, it will most probably be a soft law project, soft instrument on investment contracts. But now, why I decided to speak of, let's see whether I'm able to use this thing to, yeah. Why did we decide to have this project, and why this might be interest for you in as arbitrators or working on disputes? I think, as Krina was mentioning, and it might be that other people in the room are familiar with the works of Working Group 3 at UNCITRAL. There is a big debate, you all know, on investment disputes, on somehow on the logics of arbitration in investment cases. And there is also a reshuffling, a rewriting of BIT, of treaties on investments. The next panel will be a clear example of what I mean in one of the main issues, the regulatory powers of states against rules of investment arbitration. We did see that there is a reduction of cases, or there might be a reduction of arbitration cases based on treaties. I'm not saying that is true, but in any event, there are some challenges, especially in Europe, but not only in Europe, because there are also other countries that do not like the idea of getting into arbitration or resign from their treaties. We meaning a lot of people in the community, think that the future might be arbitration in investment contracts, which means that we go back to the origins. ICSID was, at the very beginning, ICSID was established for investment contracts. So we might go back to the past, to the origins, and we might have to deal mainly, or at least more than now, with investment contracts. ICC and the Permanent Court for Arbitration are quite involved in this kind of arbitration, so we might have really a new sector of work. I mean, not new, but a sector that might strongly improve, at least in terms of numbers. But there is a second challenge, which is, as we are modernizing BIT, we should try to also modernize the content of investment contracts. So with these two things in mind, we decided with ICC to try to find a way to propose a transnational instrument that might help some sort of unification or standardization. There is no intention in any of the instruments that we produce to harmonize 100% or standardize 100%. The logic of our instrument is we try to have common rules, common understanding that then can be tailor-made to this through the circumstances, but the logic would be try little by little to get legal cultures to dialogue and speak together. So the principles that we might end up with will be principles that will be transnational law, will help the understanding of the situation, will reduce the kind of differences that you normally might have according to the regions without a full standardization. And we'll try somehow to find a way, and this is probably the most challenging part, to protect by contract what normally we try to protect by treaty. So not to contractualize FET, that would never be the case, but looking at the kind of interest and that FET tries to protect, try to see how you can transform this from a functional point of view, how you can find contractual solution to get to the same solution. And this is in FET or investors' obligation. So we deal simultaneously to what concerns the protection of the investor, but we also look at something that you will discuss today and that you discuss in many other fora on the possibility for the state to impose a number of rules on climate change, the environment, human rights, or whatever. Of course, doing this exercise inside of a contract is extremely difficult because of privity, because of the necessary fact that you have to find a way to see how you can involve third parties. But all of this is of extreme interest for arbitrators because it is indeed normally in an arbitration phase that you try to apply these principles in a way that might be of use to everyone, and trying so to offer also to small companies the possibility to take benefit of this kind of instrument. So this is the reason why I'm trying to take this. I'm just giving you some hints on this project. I'm doing this because I'm not making any advertising of the UNIDROIT principles, but since we are at the 30th anniversary of the very first edition, I think it is interesting that you understand why already today in investment arbitration, we do use the classical UNIDROIT principles, not those that we are elaborating now. And this is the reason why this table shows you why it is interesting, because the principles are not used only. The principle could be directly used in a contract. So parties could simply say, we adopt the UNIDROIT principles. This happens, but it doesn't happen so often. But what it really happens is that in some cases where it is not clear what the applicable law is, arbitrators do apply those principles because it's a cross-border situation, because they believe that by the language of the contract there is a possibility to consider that these principles, which are understood as balanced because shared and done at international level, can be the right solution for solve the issue. And finally, to interpret domestic law. In investment contracts, in investment law in general, international investment law, I mean, you do use domestic law very, very often, aside from international law. When you use domestic law, especially when you work on contracts, you can use this principle to interpret domestic law. And this is what is normally done in arbitration. You know that the ICC clauses in arbitration that also apply to investment arbitration speak not only of domestic law, but also of rules, apply the rules of law which it determines to be appropriate. The Hague Conference does the same in the principles on conflict of laws. They speak of rules, and this permits the application of transnational law. So what is my basic point here is that you can, because you work on contracts, on investment contracts, you can work not necessarily, not only using international law, but also using transnational law. Through transnational law, you might be able to get to new results. So what is the challenge for you? What is the challenge in general? What is the critical aspect for arbitrators in investment disputes? That you might solve issues using some of the categories of commercial arbitration. That is not new for investment arbitration, but what is new that normally the trend is the opposite, in my understanding. The trend is to try to use more and more international law and the general principles of international law that might generally apply. Here, in this way, you would be more able to use transnational principles, to use some of the principles of the market, and somehow you might develop your practice and the solution that you might find. We have a database which is called Unilex, where we try to collect all cases. cases, it's a database where we try to monitor all possible situations, but of course it's not complete. It's by far from being complete, also because you know that many awards are simply confidential, so you do not have the solution, you don't have the award, but at least for what we could gather, we did find a number of cases, at least above 20, I know it's not so many, but about 20 where indeed you already have the use of UNIDROIT. Of the UNIDROIT principle. So, but now what we try to do, we work also with ICSID. ICSID is doing, in their database, they are working on all contracts that produced awards to see what kind of issues and challenges were on those specific contracts. ICC is doing the same. Then we are working on public database to try to see in investment contracts which are the main issues to be solved. And here are the challenging issues that we are considering. First of all, policy goals. How can we consider investors' obligations in these contracts? You know that we have this issue also in some last generation treaties. You know that there is a protocol to the African Union Code where you specifically have a clause on investors' obligations in terms of respect of the environment, human rights, climate change, and all of this. We are trying to see how this could be applied in investment contracts, what a state can ask to an investor before it makes the investment, so to assess the market, but also what can be, how, this is one of the most difficult points, how you can somehow take the home state legislation, fit into the logics of the investment contract. You all know that in the supply chain due diligence legislation, including the European directive that was just passed, you do have this principle of application of home state legislation. So again, what we try to do is to see how this kind of principles could fit. We are in between treaties and modernization of treaties and private contracts to try to see how you can have these elements fit into the investment contract and the way we would apply international standards to that, which automatically also include all issues of due diligence, not only due diligence, the commercial due diligence, but also the sustainability due diligence, which takes us also to the issue of who are the parties in a contract. And again, we end up discussing what you always discuss also in investment arbitration concerning treaties, which is what is the definition of investor? Should the investor be responsible also for the obligation, for the behavior of its companies or its parent or sister companies in a group? Should the investor be held liable for behavior of its long-term supplier, or how do you define an investor for this specific scope, which is a contractual instrument? But on the other side, not only you have to see how the investor can be defined and how the investor can be held responsible, but you should also see what kind of obligation the investor should have against stakeholders, against those who are involved in those people that normally write amicus curiae briefs to try to get into the proceedings and establish their interest into the dispute, and see how we can take into consideration the interest of these groups with our third parties to the investor, but also many times to the state. Then the other, what is specific of an investment contract? Many times the difference in power. You can have a situation where the investor is much more powerful than the state, or vice versa. These contracts are normally contracts where rarely, let's say, you have a balance of power between the two parties. Again, you have to consider how you can try to figure out in which way you can try to balance and internalize in a contract the issue that this unbalance might provoke. Then, of course, change of circumstances, and you understand that the issue will be stabilization clauses, but will also be not. The main point is, do we want to have stabilization clauses in this kind of contracts? And the next panel, I think, will give you, at least indirectly, an answer on whether you want or not this kind of clauses. But if you do not have this kind of clauses, how can you still protect the investor from the consequences of the change in legislation? So the general debate at international level is giving to the state more power to regulate. That's fine. How would you yet protect the investor against that? Now that this principle is becoming more acceptable under investment law, how can you balance that and give to the investor some contractual protection to get not the same protection it had in the past, but some sort of protection in the renegotiation of the contract, in these instruments, again, that commercial law normally uses. If you look at FIDIC clauses, you know that many of these elements are already included in at least construction agreements. So probably to some extent, nothing really new, but something to be considered within the new context of investment law. And finally, what kind of dispute settlement? Do we go directly to arbitration? Or, as in many contracts, we do try to have also a mixture between mediation, between bodies, and how do you call this, dispute settlement bodies, this other alternative means of solving a dispute, a mixture of them. So what kind of solution for disputes you might find in this context, whether including or not also third parties, and in which way you would do so. And finally, what would be the applicable law? And this is the big debate, whether, domestic law. A lot of people keep saying that, of course, domestic law will still be there, simply because a state will never accept to have a contract that is not subject to its domestic law. If this is correct, if that is the principle, then this is a reason why the principles that we are working on are useful. Because you can still use domestic law, but interpret that domestic law using those principles that we are trying to put together to have a common understanding of how you should treat investments in the new scenario that we have. And here the issue is indeed whether at some point we can be able to sell transnational law to this kind of situation. So it's all of this is to tell you at the very end that the point is, can you solve some of the most relevant challenges of investment law, of foreign investment law, through contracts? Can you do so? If you do so, you do need transnational principles, because you need to have something which is commonly shared and understood. Otherwise, you'll always have a piecemeal approach. You always have thousands, millions of contracts that go each its own direction. But if you have some basic principles, which again can be tailor-made to the situation, principles that do not pretend to be standard in any situation, you might develop some sort, development of new law, which also comes from private law, that could help you to solve the issue of in the investment law issues that are now in the in our general discussions on investment arbitration. We do it with ICC. Why? Because we are trying also to have model clauses at the very end to make this extremely practical, extremely usable, directly usable in all possible situations. It is challenging. We see a lot of interest on this group also by states, so we also established a consultative group for states to give their opinion, and I know that I see at least one of the members of this group in the room who will somehow check on that result to try somehow to give a new solution to some of the problems that we have on the table. Full of challenges still, and I'm sure that you do have a lot of questions and a lot of misfeelings on this, because I'm sure, because the debate we had until now was extremely challenging, but I think this is really something you should start looking at in your arbitration activity, because that might in a few years be our new topic for investment arbitration. I'm closing here. I hope I gave you something to at least to think about and discuss in what you will now develop in your further panels. So thanks a lot, and I finish that way.
It is indeed critical to have these initiatives, especially because at stake it is the legitimacy of arbitration and the legitimacy of investment arbitration, and certainly nobody, at least in this room, including states, would like to go back to gunboat diplomacy. We want to preserve arbitration, and therefore having this model contracts will also enable small and medium investors to access this protection. It is my great pleasure, first of all, to thank our sponsors. You see them in the room, physically represented, but also if you do like to know them better, you are invited to check their displays in the room. And I would also like to thank, on behalf of the Bucharest Arbitration Days, to our supporters. Of course, the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. From the first edition of BARD, we had the support of the Chartered Institute. Jonathan Wood, the current president of the Chartered Institute, is in the room and, of course, moderated aptly one of our panels yesterday. And we encourage everybody who is interested in the membership, fellowship, to reach out to the Chartered Institute. Also for their programs. We have OGEL and TDM, also from the first edition of Bucharest Arbitration Days, supporting us, Global Arbitration Review, and YRAP, the young Romanian arbitration practitioners. That means that we can move to the first panel of the day, and what a great introduction to be able to continue what Professor Malaguti has mentioned and develop on the topic of investment arbitration, keeping up with the state's sovereign right to regulate. And I will invite the panel here on stage, and while they're making their way, I would like to introduce your moderator, Professor Kabir Dugal, who is a senior international arbitration advisor with Arnold and Porter, based in the US, New York, but also professor at Columbia Law School. And for those who have missed the Roebuck lecture of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators of last year, Professor Dugal, very interesting lecture. I guess it's still available online, so you're invited to watch it. I'll pass the baton to you, Kabir.
Morning, everybody. Morning. That's it. We like that. Welcome. Thank you for joining panel one. We had an amazing dinner last night. So thank you for showing up. Very grateful to the organizers for this epic panel. Also to all the Romanians. Thank you. I mean, from all the non-Romanians here, thank you for your hospitality. We've really had a wonderful time and it's been epic. Okay, folks, our agenda for today flows from the epic keynote that we just heard. Our topic for the panel, and let me get this right, investment arbitration, keeping up with states' sovereign right to regulate. We already got a lot of food for thought. Now we're going to try to do as much justice as we can in the next hour 15. Do we still have that? Okay. We'll try to do justice and look at this topic from a variety of different perspectives. And we have put together a very sexy panel. And by sexy, I don't just mean intellectually. I actually mean by appearance. Okay, good. Now that we got that out of the way, Google them because they are awesome. I'm going to do complete injustice to them. I'm going to just tell you their names, where they are from, because you will see this is a really international panel. Somehow the Romanians kept telling me, wow, we are so lucky to get so many international people. Most of us wanted to come. I just put that out there. But you will see, we have a really international panel, really epic people. Now, I'll tell you their name, where they are from, and I'll tell you a fun fact about them. Okay, so we have Mehnaz. You all can all just wave. Mehnaz is getting suddenly very uncomfortable. She's a barrister and an arbitrator at 20 Essex from the United Kingdom. We all flew from London Dispute Week to be here with you all. So Mehnaz tells us, if you Google her, something we highly encourage but not during the panel, you will find that she is the author of a picture book about a penguin longing for a star. And this is actually a true fun fact that is also translated into Arabic. So well done, Mehnaz. Arbitration lawyers have interesting aspects to them. I like to say Mehnaz and I are distantly related, not just that every brown person is related, but Maliks, Mehnaz Malik, and the Dugals tend to go back. So we are distantly related. I have already undermined your value in everybody's eyes and upgraded my own status.
As you are related to the rest of Persia, Turkey,
Central Asia, yeah. Okay, we have next to Mehnaz Jarek, the head of international arbitration at the Czech Republic. Somebody who, as I think our keynote speaker alluded to, doing some really cutting edge work in this region. So we'll have very rich insights to hear. You know, the Czech Republic stands out as a very interesting country. I'll get back to that when Jarek's about to speak. And Jarek tells us that his name, Yaroslav, in the Czech language means the celebration of spring. So he's bringing spring warmth to us, and that is epic. Then we have Florian. He is a partner at Konetzel in... I'm famous for getting names wrong, and I didn't, so I'm very proud of myself. Nobody else says it, so I will. In Vienna, so coming to us from Austria, and he gives us a fun fact that is also a trivia question. So I'm going to present the fun fact and then the trivia for you all to figure out. Florian, Google not allowed. Florian was born in the same year that the Vienna International Arbitration Center, VIAC, was established. What is the year? That's for you to figure out. Okay, last but not least, Elena?
Or Iliana.
Or Ilya. Okay, I had to screw it up at some stage. A Councillor Jones Day in Paris. She is of Romanian origin, an American based in Paris, so again, very international. This is her fun fact. Okay, and this may not be apparent from her very sophisticated demeanor, but she is a die-hard heavy metal music fan. So rock on, yeah. But there's more, and we want to make this a reality. She wants to get her first arbitral appointment in a heavy rock metal dispute. So can we make that happen? I have a fun fact. You will say that in a bit, but we'll stay tuned for that. Now, folks, the way we are going to do this is we're going to have this done in a relative rapid-fire style. I'm going to ask each of our speakers to look at this topic from a different dimension. They're going to take about 5 minutes. We do have our full time, right? She says that so reluctantly. Yeah. Okay, about 5 minutes per speaker. We'll then try to see if we have time for question and answers. I'll defer to you. They will all be disappointed, but we'll see how much time.
I am seizing the opportunity for payback time right now. Before he starts, we start with serious things because you deserve it. So, fun fact about Kabir. He's been appointed the president of the Bucharest International Arbitration Court, and we're very pleased about his acceptance. He's going to rock the house.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Okay, so folks, the first part, setting the stage. We're going to look at this topic from a variety of perspectives. Mehnaz, why don't we start with you? Can you please talk to us a little bit about what do we mean by the state's right to regulate? I think it just works. You just take the mic and you speak and it works. Tell us a little bit about what are the due process implications, something we think a lot about, something we heard our keynote speaker. She looked with horror. 5 minutes? How are you going to do that? That's the challenge. Take it away. Tell us state's right to regulate. Tell us what are the due process implications.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? No. Yes, I can. Okay. Thank you so much, Kabir. And after your fun fact, I think I've lost all credibility in the room, but I'll try very much.
That's because I mentioned you're related to me.
Well, that might be it. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm literally here because of Krina, because she invited me. But also, given the fact that we live and practice in such a nomadic culture, which is international arbitration, going to someone's home where they were born is a very special thing. So I am so grateful to have seen Karina's home. She's everywhere, but it's nice to see her in her natural habitat. So thank you so much. And I'm not disappointed. So since I have 5 minutes, now the concept of state sovereignty as we know it today is a creation of international law. And of course, sovereignty has been around for millennia. We can go as far back to the Bible and say, the lines from the Bible are, by me kings rule and princes decree. So there was the ultimate sovereignty of a greater power that we as a civilization abided by. And then coming back very swiftly, just about 1,000 years ago in England, in Runnymede, in 1215, 15th of June, we had the Magna Carta. Now, as far as the UK is concerned, that was the first time we had a discussion and indeed an agreement on what sovereignty looks like. And that was in relation to King John I and a group of rebel barons. Now, you might ask why this is all relevant to state sovereignty. It is. Because sovereignty as we know it really comes from the power of kings and the ability to rule dominions. And then, as civilization emerged, we started asking, how do you exercise that power? What is that power? What are the limits to sovereignty? Because to quote again, I'm afraid, from England, the simple rule is the king is subject to the law because the law maketh the king. Your entire existence is premised on the law that creates you, and therefore you must abide by it. And that is precisely where we are today, I think. The state is a creation of international law. It is therefore subject to that international law. And this is where you have the slight tussle. I am sovereign. I can do what I like in my territory. Surely that is the privilege of sovereignty. But you're also a creation of international law, and you're subject to that layer of commitments that you might have undertaken expressly or impliedly by your very existence. So, coming to the topic, treaties. I don't think I need to tell anyone in this room what treaties are in terms of what they are in terms of international law. And states, by entering into those treaties, have undertaken certain obligations. Now, we might debate how rushed those encounters were, or how romantic they were, whether they were engagements before or not. But the point is, the treaties were created, they were born, and by them, a state, by virtue of being a state, had the ability to enter into them and therefore must abide them. Now, I'm surrounded by many friends from the EU here. We also know the treaties can be terminated. And that too is the sovereign gift, to make treaties, to terminate them. But then there is a very important point. You must do so in accordance with the treaty or international law, depends which one you wish to interpret or apply at the same time. And so really to sort of answer your question in a very direct way, I think treaties, as we know them, bilateral investment treaties, create limits on state sovereignty. But they are not pervasive. We are not working in a vacuum. There are other international law rights. And it is this beautiful dance that states and lawyers representing states and those representing investors try and debate. The sovereign right to regulate has always been there, but then what are the limits on it when you have a treaty? So in terms of, in my experience, it's not so much the why. Of course you have the right to regulate, but the how. How do you exercise that power? Surely, if you want to ban drilling in a particular part of your territory, you can do so. But do you want to do it overnight? And that is the big question. That is the heart, I think, of the state exercise of power. How do you regulate it? And that is what we as a civilization have been coping with for thousands of years. How do we ensure that the sovereign exercise that immense power fairly and properly? And to just finish off with Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility.
Thank you very much. Any conference that ends with Spider-Man has gotten it right. But thank you so much for setting it the how question, because I think this is really the challenge we are all confronted with. How do we get it right? And we hope to delve a little bit further as we engage in this panel. Before that, the Czech Republic, a relatively neighboring country, a very beautiful country like this one, a small country in relative terms, has seen a fair share of disproportionate arbitration disputes. There was a stage when I think you told me the disputes were equal to the Ministry of Health a few years ago. And that's a tough situation, right? Do we do arbitration disputes? Do we give people health? Tough life choices. Jurek, tell us a little bit about the Czech Republic's experience. You know, we're seeing these solar disputes. I think the EU was mentioned. Solar disputes playing an important role. And talk to us a little bit about these conflicting decisions. The Czech Republic had a history of conflicting decisions, the louder CME, but we're kind of seeing that emerge again. Tell us a little bit about this.
Sure. First, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks to Krina and the organizers for having me. It's my first time in this wonderful event in Bucharest, and I'm really enjoying it. I also need to know that the views expressed here are only mine and should not be attributed to the Ministry of Finance of the
Everybody
Czech
speaking
Republic.
in their own individual capacity.
So I think as we are setting the stage, I did want to discuss our recent experience with these solar arbitrations, as I think it will actually nicely follow from what Malik just said, that the big question is how to exercise this right to regulate, and this is exactly what these cases were about. And I think it's actually quite relevant even to Romania, that because we just had about 2 months ago this one award in the LSG versus Romania, where Romania was ordered to pay about 40 million euros in a solar dispute. So I will try to draw some parallels as well. So for the Czech Republic, we had 7 solar cases in total. And what's interesting that we won 6 of them, where the tribunals did not find any breach of FET. But then in one case, the tribunal did find a breach of FET. And I think that these Czech cases show this underlying tension between this legitimate expectation of investors and the state right to regulate in public interest. And I think that they also illustrate this most prominent difficulty with the FET standard, which is that there is no general agreement on its scope and substance, and that this can lead to divergent outcomes. So I think just to start, I will very quickly introduce the background of these Czech solar arbitrations. It's all related to our accession to EU in 2004. In relation to that, we have adopted in 2005 an act which were aimed to support the electricity production from renewable sources, and it provided for these feed-in tariffs, assuring electricity producers a 20-year payback of their investments. And frankly, it did not first generate much interest, much investment. But then in 2009 came this drop of solar panel prices, and this led to the solar boom. The problem was that our law at the time did not allow for a proportionate decrease of these feed-in tariffs to take into account the decrease of the solar panel prices. So, of course, this led to a very rapid growth of these solar installations, and that in turn led to a big increase of the electricity prices for consumers. Now, to resolve this public crisis, the Parliament decided to impose a solar levy of 26% on these feed-in tariffs to be applicable for 3 years for all these new plants connected to the grid in 2009 and 2010. And this measure was later confirmed even by our Constitutional Court. Nevertheless, the investors still decided to initiate the investment cases against the Czech Republic. But in 6 of them, the tribunal said that the measures the state took were reasonable, they were within the regulatory space of the state, and they did not breach the investors' legitimate expectations. And the important thing the tribunals noted was that the investors were still receiving the minimum rate of return of 7%, which was guaranteed, and they would still achieve this 20-year payback, even with these measures in place. And perhaps here there's a distinction with the LSG case against Romania, where the tribunal found as a breach that there was this removal of the minimum income for the renewable investors. Well, in one of the Czech cases at the hearing where the tribunal asked the investor whether he was happy with his investment, the investor actually said that he was very satisfied with his investment, even despite the state measures. And in another of these cases, the tribunal noted that the investors acted with a speculative hope because they already invested into a bubble and that it was clear that this current level of support would not be maintained. In another of these cases we won, the tribunal said that the level of profitability exceeded the rate of return that was originally contemplated by the support scheme in the Czech Republic. And I think that we can agree that the goal of investment arbitration is not to protect the windfall profits of the investors. So while applying the proportionality test, one of the tribunals, I think, very rightly balanced the rights of the investors against the protection of the consumers and decided in favor of the public interest. Also, all of the 6 tribunals which decided in favor of the Czech Republic, they did not find any stabilization guarantee in the Czech Renewable Energy Act. And in fact, there was no explicit stabilization guarantee. But one tribunal, the Netherlands tribunal, decided, I quote, that a legislative provision could guarantee stabilization intrinsically. And they found such a guarantee in this legislation, which provided the amount of revenues. So, and this tribunal considered that the FET standard contained this requirement of measure of regulatory stability and protection of legitimate expectation based on the stabilization guarantee. So this tribunal really focused on the stability aspect of the FET standard. By contrast, all other tribunals found that the regulatory framework on its own could not have created legitimate expectations in the investors. So I think that in conclusion, we can say that our cases really show well this tension around the state right to regulate and the application of the FET standard. And fortunately for us, most of the tribunals did accept the regulatory space of the state, and they would only intervene in cases of manifestly arbitrary regulation or discriminatory conduct of the state. So I think that we can say that the current investor-state system is capable of giving due consideration to the legitimate regulatory challenges faced by the states. But the contrary result in the Netherlands case also show the limits of the current system in terms of consistency. While the ad hoc tribunals, with the ad hoc tribunals and no appeal mechanism available, there are no means available to ensure consistency of the decisions. And I think that this opens a question of a need for a wider reform of the current investment protection system, for example, in the form of creating a permanent multilateral investment court, which is a solution currently discussed at UNCITRAL. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jarek. Thank you. I think you brought out what the keynote speaker spoke about, the tensions on stability. And the Czech Republic really does give you same underlying facts, and we're seeing some tension in how tribunals are approaching it. Now, we did hear from our keynote speaker about the cool work UNIDWA is doing with the ICC, but we also have the Working Group 3 that is doing interesting work in this area. You spoke about the MIC, the Multilateral Investment Court. Florian, perhaps you want to tell us what is happening in Working Group 3? What are we seeing here when it comes to the state right to regulate? Take it away.
Thank you, and thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you for having me here. It's a great honor and pleasure. I'll be discussing briefly about the draft provision 12 of the Working Group 3 of UNCITRAL, the right to regulate, that has already stirred up much debate. But before I do that, and maybe you can show the text of the provision. Before I do that, I'll make some general comments on the mechanism of the protection of the rights of individuals under international law. And as all the other speakers have said, it isn't in doubt that the state has the right to regulate as an expression of the state's sovereignty. The rights of individuals under public international law are narrow exceptions to that right. So we are looking here at a mechanism where you have a general rule and an exception under public international law. And to get out of the controversy of regulatory rights under investment treaties, I'll look at human rights, yeah, because there it is not in debate. Yeah, you look at, for instance, the right of the state to regulate civil and criminal law. That is not in debate. Every state does that, and it's arguably an obligation of the state to do that. Nevertheless, Article 6 of the European Convention on Human Rights provides limitations to that. There has to be a fair trial, access to a tribunal, and so forth. That is a limitation of the state's right to regulate. And again, that is not really questioned. Yeah, that you have, on the one hand, the state's right to regulate these areas, and on the other hand, you have certain limited guarantees in favor of individuals. So if you transpose that consideration to investment law, the mechanism is actually the same. You have the general right of the state to regulate, and you have exceptions to that right in investment treaties. The way this works is that you have different values that need to be balanced. You have the right to property, and you have the right of the state to regulate the use of that property. And now, if you look at the right to regulate as an unlimited right, I think we're not doing justice, and actually we are ignoring all the progress that was made in our democratic societies. And now, with that preliminary comment, if you look at the draft provision 12, the right to regulate, I have the impression it moves away from this balancing of the protection of individual rights and the right to regulate. First, if you look at paragraph 1, nothing in the agreement shall be construed as preventing the contracting parties, so the states, from exercising their right to regulate in the public interest. Again, yeah, it looks like an expression of international law, but does not mention some of the limitations of international law that have been established. So it must be non-discriminatory, proportionate, and bona fide. So then, if you go to paragraph 2, when assessing the alleged breach by a contracting party of its obligation under the agreement, the tribunal shall give a high level of deference that international law accords to contracting parties. Again, I mean, there is, of course, a margin of appreciation that has been recognized by the European Court of Human Rights and also many investment tribunals, but the general balancing of rights of investors and states has been expressed as being neutral. So there is neither a bias in favor of investors nor a bias in favor of states. So it seems here again it is introducing a certain notion of bias in favor of states, which is not expressed in customary public international law. But then, most importantly, if you look at paragraph 3, no claim may be submitted for resolution pursuant to draft provision 3 or 4 if the measure alleged to constitute a breach of the agreement was adopted by the contracting state to protect public health, public safety, or the environment, the promotion and protection of cultural diversity, or so the state may insert further public purposes. Now, what that provision does is basically a complete carve-out of certain areas, and if a state labels a certain measure as being for the protection of one of these purposes, then it is out. And we will come to that later. I would submit that this is a very unfortunate move away from the very careful balancing exercise that was established by international courts and tribunals over the last 50 years or so, or even longer. And I would actually be personally strongly opposed against that policy, because the fine balancing that has been of values and interests that had been performed by many tribunals and courts, including the ICJ, would now be removed if such a regulation is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now heard a new dimension when it comes to the state's right to regulate. That are we taking it too far? What might the limits be? So thank you for sharing that perspective. To my fellow metal rock fan from a Taylor Swiftie, okay, fair enough. Can you talk to us a little bit about this tension when it is the state's right to regulate and BIT obligations, and the particular obligation we will talk about right now is the right against expropriation without compensation. Talk to us about this tension. Can a state do whatever it wants? What do you think?
Talking to a bunch of Romanians, bună dimineața tuturor, about expropriation is something very common. This is a country in which virtually every family has a case of expropriation. That happened years ago, and every family probably had a trial trying to get their properties back. So it is with great emotion that I am speaking about this subject. Fun fact, the real fun fact about me is that this is the reason why I went to law school, to help my family get their properties back, fight against the expropriation that happened to them, just as to a lot of other families in Eastern Europe some 60, 70 years ago. To my great misfortune, I never managed to help my family in this country, but I'm helping others abroad, and I'm doing my best to put my work to service and fight against abuses. So we heard Manaz tell us a lot about the states and the philosophy and why the right to regulate is an expression of sovereign power, and indeed the right of a taking, an act of a taking, as violent as may be, it is a right of states. But the question is, how is this prerogative of a state exercising this right, and what makes the limit between a violent taking and a legitimate taking? So I am here to talk about this distinction because sometimes measures taken by states under this overarching right to regulate may have a similar effect to expropriation. Currently, there are very rare cases of direct expropriation. Some states still do it, but a lot of them do it indirectly. So now the tension often leads to conflicts where investors may perceive regulatory changes or measures presented by the states as aiming to protect public health, public interest, labor, you name it, as infringements of protections offered to them under internationally agreed instruments, bilateral investment treaties, or under international law in general. Who tells us what is the dividing line? It's very difficult to find instruments where a legitimate right to expropriate or to regulate is provided for. And I would like to take one instrument that's very hot here in Romania, the bilateral investment treaty between Romania and Canada. It's a relatively novel agreement that provides for such a right. And I'm quoting because I think it is important nothing in this agreement, in Article 17, it says, shall be construed to prevent a contracting state from adopting, maintaining, or enforcing any measure otherwise consistent with this agreement that it considers appropriate to ensure that investment activity in its territory is undertaken in a manner sensitive to environmental concerns. Now, subject to the requirement that measures are not applied in a manner that would constitute arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination between investments or between investors, Article 17 continues. And I am just going to go to the important part. Nothing in this agreement shall be construed to prevent a contracting party from adopting or enforcing measures necessary to ensure compliance with laws and regulation. That's classic, but also to protect human, animal, or plant life or health, or for conservation of living or non-living exhaustible natural resources. So now, without further ado, what are the criteria? What are we looking at when we need to distinguish between a legitimate right to regulate, between a state exercising its right to expropriate with just compensation, and the arbitrary and abusive measures? So first of all, the degree of interference with the property line. And here the inquiry tends to focus on the severity of the economic impact caused by the alleged acts of, and I say more often than not, indirect expropriation, and the duration of these acts. So looking at the duration, this is like very simple. The less the measure takes in time, the less likely it is that it will be decided as or considered as an indirect expropriation. There is a line of older cases that says, that looks at whether a measure substantially impaired the investor's economic rights, like the ownership, the use, the enjoyment of management of their business. Does the measure render these prerogatives useless or not? In other words, has the investor been substantially deprived of the benefit of the investment? And that's what a tribunal asked the question in a case of Chemtura versus Canada. The newer line of cases do not limit the deprivation to the economic value of the investment, but they're looking, actually, the question is, by looking at the indirect at whether the indirect expropriation occurs if the state deliberately deprives the investor of the ability to use its investment in a meaningful way. So in other words, we're looking at the investment loss of potential for meaningful utility in the face of government regulation rather than as a substantial deprivation. And of course, this is one of the criteria. There are others, like the duration. I said I'm not going to insist on it. The character of the measure and the police powers of the state, and proportionality. I believe one of my colleagues, Florian, is going to look at this. And then, of course, the law, and then, of course, the interference with the legitimate investment expectations. So I will leave it at that, and we'll continue later on.
Let's give a round of applause to all these amazing speakers. And to my fellow Swiftie, that was awesome. Swiftie, comments too. For those of you who don't know what a Swiftie is, those are fans of Taylor Swift. Okay, you, I think, brought about these tensions very nicely when we look about it from the perspective of expropriation. And we often see in the literature right to regulate sometimes being used as a shield, sometimes being used as a sword. So it has this offensive, defensive characteristic. And there seems to be a tension there, right? Are you genuinely trying to regulate? Is this a guise? Talk to us a little bit about this tension. What can we do about it?
Right. So first of all, let's define the context. And Is this working properly? Yes, I think so. So right now we're looking at the states are very sophisticated. The actors in the arbitral community, obviously, everybody is sophisticated. Everybody is knows what they're doing. And so now the recent trends show that there are new types of waves of regulatory measures that can take form of resource nationalism. And resource nationalism is range of like government policies that appropriate a larger share of resource revenues and increase state control over resource extraction to protect local communities, to protect resources from purported misuse by foreign investors. And this is where this tension between the right to regulate as a defensive shield or as an offensive sword arises. Because just like any other regulatory measures, if we talk about this resource nationalism, it's not a wrongful act as long as it is done in accordance with due process and the rule of law. So now, while the states, of course, have the right to regulate, this power is not absolute. And of course, we've heard my colleague talk about this. We have the defensive shield of environment, of social and government's values and goals that the states tell us that they are willing and want to respect when adopting the regulatory measures. And of course, we have the investors that perceive it as a violent act. So what are the conditions for a state to rightfully exercise this right to use this defensive shield? Well, of course, we have to look first of all at the legitimacy of the objective pursued by the state when adopting a measure. Now, a measure is legitimate. Obviously, I'm here like surrounded by a bunch of lawyers. I'm not going to tell you that a measure is legitimate if it pursues a public interest. That is something of common sense. But when the state is doing this under the guise of pursuing a public interest, one looks in practice to assess whether the conduct was legitimate or not, like a defensive shield or a sword, at how the measure was substantiated. Was it a decision, a motivated decision? Are there state records? Are there parliamentary debates? Is there compliance with the state's international obligation under multiple instruments? And so we had states that took such measures, and because like I'm honoring my colleague Yaroslav, like Saluka versus Czech Republic, like a measure was taken, was justified as reforming the banking sector, or in EDF versus Romania, regulatory measure was justified at aiming to combat corruption, which of course is a very honorable goal. Now, there are certain circumstances in which, of course, these types of measures are illegitimate, and we have to also look at like the investors' legitimate expectations. Were they promised anything? Were this representation made based on actual representations, or were they made in the travel preparatoires of an instrument? Were they made in correspondence, in diplomatic exchanges? Or it's just something that the investor imagined that would happen when arriving in the host state? So again, all of these are very much like factually based analysis that a tribunal has to look at, or an assessor. Then, like the lawfulness, we also have to look at the lawfulness of the measure itself and its implementation. And then there are a bunch of criteria. When somebody's looking, when a tribunal is looking at the state's measure, is it reasonable? Is this measure proportionate? Is it non-arbitrary? Is it non-discriminatory? Is it transparent? And transparency is interlinked with the investor's legitimate expectations. Some tribunals are looking at the legality of the measure under national law. Of course, this is something that, is just like fact-specific and law-specific. And this is what would make the distinction between a defensive shield and the offensive sword. Back to you.
Thank you. That
Swifty.
was awesome. Thank you. That was really awesome. Florian, let me come to you next. You expressed some skepticism on Article 12, right? What can we do about that? And we heard, I think, our keynote speaker, we have heard, I think, pretty much everyone, but my fellow Swifty, just talk about this notion of proportionality. What role might that play when we talk about the right to regulate? Tell us.
Well, I'm going to develop further on that notion of proportionality. And basically my submission to you is that the system of protection of the rights of individuals under international law, be it in human rights or in investment arbitration, has a built-in mechanism to protect the proportionality of a measure. Yeah? Leaving aside measures that are not made in good faith, but if you look at the jurisprudence, these are really the minority of the measures. Most states do regulate for a public purpose and do that in good faith. And to give you an example, looking at Austria, we have lots of hydropower. Now, a hydropower plant is a 50-year, 70-year investment. So it costs very much to construct, and it needs to amortize at least 30 years or so. You can incentivize the construction of hydropower plants to have more green energy, but also if you look at the NGO scene in Austria, there's very much opposition to that because it is seen as harming the environment, because you are constructing in pristine nature. Now, if you encourage the construction of a hydropower plant, and after 5 years you have a regulation that says that hydropower plants above a certain capacity must no longer be operated or be reconstructed, of course that investor pays disproportionately to the pursuit of that public purpose. And if you look at the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights, this notion of proportionality of a measure to the pursued goal and the prohibition of asking, let's say, a particular contribution or a loss from one individual is prohibited. And I would submit that is already built in the notion of expropriation that requires that the measure must not be arbitrary, discriminatory, and proportionate. And you have that in many other standards. So the state may regulate, but using due process and in good faith. So I would submit. And coming back to the draft Article 12, the current state of investment, the current jurisprudence of investment protection treaties, tribunals, is already to a high degree developed in favoring the balancing of interests. If you can discuss how to balance, and you can discuss whether a particular decision is right or wrong, but what I think one cannot really question is that any system of protection of individuals needs to balance the rights of individuals with the rights of the state to regulate, which is already done. And now if you look at the draft and if you look at the discussion, the legitimate protection of individuals' rights is completely lost in that discussion, at least in my perception. So you have a right of the state to regulate, which no one questions, but the corresponding right of the individual to protect that individual's right is not really very forcefully stressed in that discussion. I think we need to get back to and look at the development of the law for the past 50 years to rebalance that. And again, and I will conclude by that, we don't need to move very far away from what tribunals have done so far. And we can look at, we can disagree with a few decisions, and we can say here they got it wrong, but I think we cannot disagree with the mechanism that was adopted by those tribunals, and there seems to be very little controversy about that. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So folks, we have looked at expropriation, we have looked at proportionality, we have seen this tension. We can't have an investment discussion without talking about FET, fair and equitable treatment. Remember the good old days in the 2000s when states said, we guarantee unqualified FET? Those days seem to have long passed. Yarek, what can states do in this regard to reduce exposures? Is unqualified FET the way to go? Tell us.
Well, I think you might already presume my response, but no. I think that, of course, as a states, we have multiple ways how to try to reduce the exposure to investment claims. And I think that one useful way how to achieve this goal is to qualify the standards such as fair and equitable treatment. And just to give you an example of one recent case I have worked on, Pavlovsky versus Czech Republic. There, the very distinguished tribunal described the FET as, I quote, a rule of laconic brevity and Delphic obscurity. It simply obliges states to ensure fair and equitable treatment to investments. And to make this share concern that also with our Romanian colleagues, the same chair in that case, Armesto, was also chair in that LSG renewable case against Romania, and he did repeat that same sentence in the award in LSG later on. So I think this is a much wider issue. And I obviously think that this lack of clarity is not ideal, and this issue is real. And just to give you an example on the Czech Republic, we have right now 60 extra EU BITs, and 56 of them have the unqualified FET. So that exposure is there, and I think I have already illustrated the difficulties stemming from this lack of clarity on the example of these solar cases, where we had one tribunal which reached, in our opinion, quite unanticipated interpretation of the standard. And I think that it's given these difficulties that the EU has opted and moved towards a more elaborate wording of the FET standard. And the aim is to give tribunals a more defined threshold for application of the standards, and thus enhance predictability for both investors and states alike. And this effort goes actually already quite some time back, as I have found already that in 2013 the European Commission expressed its concern with the fact that the FET is not clearly defined in international law, and it was due to this insufficient definition of the standard that, in its view, I quote, the tribunals have had significant leeway in interpreting it in a manner that has been seen as giving too many or too few rights to investors. And this issue really then came up in the negotiation of the CETA with Canada, where Canada wanted to link FET to customary international law, which was strongly opposed by the EU. And instead, the EU proposed to spell out the elements of the FET standard. And this led to the conclusion of the FTAs with Canada and Singapore, where we have now this new revised FET language. And then I found that in 2015, the Commission released a concept paper, Investment in TTIP and Beyond, where it again stressed how important it was to clearly define the standards like FET to prevent, I quote, unwelcome discretion of the tribunals. And it was interesting that in the paper, the Commission was, for example, very clearly dissatisfied with the decision in Mikula versus Romania, which I think I do not...
Sounds familiar, folks?
Which I think I do not need to dig more into that, why the Commission was not very happy with that. But in consequence, now the EU agreements have this exhaustive list of unacceptable conduct, which can result in violation of the FET, and these are denial of justice, fundamental breach of due process, manifest arbitrariness, targeted discrimination on manifestly wrongful grounds, such as gender, race, or religious belief, and abusive treatment, such as harassment, duress, and coercion. And I think the really interesting point here is that in this list of elements, you do not find legitimate expectations. They do come into play that as there is this interpretative guideline that the tribunals can take into account specific representations by the states to investors, which can create legitimate expectation, but only when applying these other exhaustive elements of the FET. So I think that this FET standard now got much clearer contours, but it is yet to be tested whether its scope would be anyhow negatively affected by such a practice, and in turn whether this clarification would limit the protection of investors. Better clarification of the FET standard in investment treaties gives, at least in my opinion, better understanding of the standard of protection as well as better legal certainty. However, it also does limit the discretion of the tribunals in the future cases, which I think it might limit what can be read into this standard in the future. But I think that overall, given that we have seen the criticism of the standard by both tribunals and scholars, I think that the qualified FET is a welcome development. And I think that this evolution is the result of this ongoing relationship between states as the treaty makers and investment tribunals as the decision makers. And I really think that we will need to see the first cases to see the real impact of this wording. And for the Czech Republic, we are currently renegotiating all of these old BITs, and we are trying to put the qualified FET standard into them. But what we have seen in practice that we have sometimes difficulties in agreeing with some countries into changing this unqualified FET, because many countries still prefer to link FET to customary international law. So I think that overall we are still quite far from a uniform understanding of the FET standard. And it's true that the OECD is trying to bridge the gap with this discussion on future of investment treaties, where we are now focusing, among other things, also on FET, but the discussion in this group still shows this division among states. So I think to conclude, I would like to say that I believe that the BITs can still play a useful role as one of the factors in attracting the foreign direct investment by signaling to investors that the state is confident that its public administration will respect certain international standards, which compliance can be reviewed at a neutral forum. This being said, I think that the state's obligations need to be very carefully calibrated to reduce unnecessary exposure to investment claims. Thank you.
Thank you. Great moment to be alive. The contours are being defined. The contours need to be tested. Good luck with your negotiations. Now, folks, our goal in life, and I think both from an investor and a state perspective, is let us try and avoid disputes in the first place, right? That's good for everybody. That's good for business. That's good for the rule of law. Manaz, can we avoid disputes? What can we do to avoid disputes? Tell us.
I'm going to take you from Runnymede and the Magna Carta to Colombia.
Okay, I'm scared when you say those
And-
words right now.
And I'm going to take you to the beginning of Gabriel Garcia Marquez's book, Chronicle of a Death Foretold. And it really starts with this. On the day they were going to kill him, Santiago Nassar got up at 5:30 in the morning to wait for the boat the bishop was coming on. He dreamed he was going through a grove of timber trees when a gentle breeze was falling, and for an instant he was happy in his dream. Now, there was never a death more foretold in the village, yet no one was able to or willing to stop it. I fear some of the chronologies in investment disputes create similar emotions.
That was powerful. Sorry, carry on.
Well, and I think it's the task that probably is left to the most junior member in the team. And you've all been there, where we're trying to create this chronology in an investment treaty arbitration. But I think it's an incredibly powerful tool to really look at the milestones of how we got there in the first place. And that is where I really want to take us and reflect on where perhaps something could have been done in another way to avoid getting to where we are, whether it's the hearing, the final curtain of the award. So let's start from the beginning. The treaty. If there is no treaty, there is no investment treaty dispute.
Right.
And often that is where your chronology begins. And I think I can't really repeat everything Yaroslav has said and others have said, but the importance of getting the treaty right is absolutely critical. How do you frame those obligations? But then states are also left with treaties that have been signed in previous eras in different ways. So the treaty making is very important. I must confess, I was so fascinated as a disputes lawyer when I started out. I wanted to find out how treaties were born. And so I became a treaty negotiator for a while. And I did advise on several treaties in around 2007. And I promise you now, in hindsight, those treaties won't hold up. So time changes. And there is this need to constantly look at the treaties we've agreed and see whether they're fit for purpose as time goes on. Because you can't freeze that sort of time span. And treaties have a long life, some 30 years, some even 50 years. So that's the first point. The second point is the making of the investment. It's an incredibly romantic period when investors are optimistic and the world, looks in pink hues. And that optimism, I often wonder, needed to be tempered with a bit of realism. Where are you investing in? What are the rules? What is the law? Is this really going to be going where you want it to go? And I think so many investors don't do their due diligence properly. They don't take into account the fact that things change. And we've seen that in real life very recently with the pandemic. So the risks, to some extent, have to be baked into the investment. And often, I fear, are not, because it's so optimistic when you're making that investment. Now, on to the most important act, or conduct, or lack of act, the treaty breach. That is, the wrongful conduct from which the treaty breach arises. It can be a series, it can be a one-off, it can be an port official in some remote area making a decision. It can be the Prime Minister's handshake or a signature. The state is an incredibly complex state with provinces, with villages, with so many things. And you can step back and say, well, we practice administrative review, the judicial review of administrative decisions all the time. So what is so unique about judicial review at an international level? And the answer to that really lies with the fact that you've got to look at international standards in the treaty and not local law. Sorry, yes. Do you have something to say?
Just if you finish.
Yes, of course.
So, now, just one comment on that. And if you are a divorce lawyer, you probably think that everything inevitably leads to divorce, and so basically every step that happens is a step downhill. The reality is there are many happy marriages, and the divorce lawyer just doesn't see them so often. And I think the same is true for our practice, that there are many successful investments, or investments that are at least successful for a very long time. And I think we should not make the mistake by looking at our own practice that always looks at the pathology of something, that the whole world is pathologic. Yeah. Yeah.
I think
and I think I have also personally seen many investment disputes that could be settled at the outset or resolved. Yeah. So not everything will lead to an investment arbitration. It's just that we are seeing the investment arbitrations very often.
And I think you're absolutely right there, because we tend to see the disputes. We see the debts, we don't see the lives sometimes. And I think that is what, we'd be very welcome to hear that. But even in that microcosm of those disputes, they might be small, but they do have big numbers attached to them. And often I feel that those disputes could have been avoided. And just to sort of conclude, I would say is, and it's a responsibility on both sides. And one thing which I've seen, at least in my practice, often, and this really this is where I'm sort of putting on my hat as, I guess, looking at sort of defending estates in arbitration, is it's often how the decision is made. It's often how the letter is written, the lack of reasons, the timing of it, the phasing of certain things out. I mean, I've seen letters which have used etc. in them. We cancelled the multi-billion-dollar because of XYZ, etc. Not all states exercise proper care when they make the decisions that lead to the wrongful conduct. So, completely taken. I mean, there are very happy marriages in investments, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But equally, I fear, some of the fact patterns in the disputes we see could have been better dealt with, for want of a better word. So I think you have more to say, so I'm going to sort of close
One quick word, and I think that's very important, because we saw yesterday a minister from the Romanian government, and I think that's a very powerful statement coming from the state itself. To attend an arbitration conference, to make a step towards our community, to recognize our efforts, I think that's the way to go. And I salute his involvement as a state representative to come to attend to our ward. That is for us very encouraging. That is a guarantee. His presence here is a guarantee that the state will engage in discussions if disputes arises. And I'm very, very hopeful in this respect.
Fantastic. Optimism is the way to go.
I was trying to get everyone quite pessimistic with the death foretold, but there we are. I think we've, romance and life have prevailed.
I mean, just to echo the point that you made, some of these cases can bring countries to their knees or worse. So we do need to think long and hard about it. So thank you for that. Trina, can I? I can. The boss said yes. Okay, folks, we will open it up if we have about 7 minutes. Okay, 5. Question, comment, question ends with the question mark, comment ends with the period. Jonathan.
Fabulous. Super. Thank you so much for this. One of the best investment panels I've come across, and I've been to quite a few, and great robust lecture. Thank you very much, Kabir. We forget the optimism. So I have two things. The export credit agencies are very much involved in this, and I represented the British one for 30 years. And the disputes were few and far between. Most of the investments were successful. So I think there is optimism. And the interesting thing was, with regard to the export credit agencies, they like to negotiate. They do not like to litigate. So I think, you know, don't forget their role. The question I have is this, and it's slightly off key. What do you think of the role of the amicus in investor-state arbitration? Is there a role for the amicus, the NGOs who have their own agendas? Is there a role for the amicus in the investor-state arbitration? Or do we just leave it to the parties to present their views to win their case?
Awesome. Folks, amicus, what do we think about that? Manas, you had your hands up. Yarek has the mic, so take it away.
You go first, Yarek.
Oh, thanks. Well, at least like my experience and like my about 15 disputes, investment disputes for the Czech Republic. In my cases, the only amicus, but who was very regular, was the European Commission. Whenever they knock on the door, the tribunals were not that excited to see them.
They were not very amicus.
And what I have seen, that the tribunals developed a very amicable way how to deal with them. That they ask them that, oh, they can come in and say what they have to say, but they have to kind of sign on the check that if it will generate costs that they will pay. And then suddenly there was no one by the door anymore. So, yeah, but more generally, yeah, I think there might be cases that it might make sense. I think we had a lot of cases in Latin America that there were a lot of questions by these amicus when you had these local like populations, for example. But I think to me it always raises this bigger question that, okay, you have the investor and the state on the other side, like whether is it not the role of the state to represent all its constituencies in the dispute, and in a way, right, like the state, like, well, the government is, there's the whole process of representation, so it's whether it's perhaps not like the state in its defense should not be able to better encompass these diverse interests, because well, at least in the system how it's done currently with these ad hoc tribunals, I think that sometimes they have it's not probably like easy for them, and you have this like multiple of NGOs or like some local groups, like everyone wants to have their say. I think it creates some tension, and I do not have like what's the best way how to deal with that. But I always thought that whether it's maybe the state on its own, like the government representation has to not do a better job in feel all these constituencies heard, and that they kind of consulted them and they took that into account in the representation.
Thank you for that answer, because I didn't think you were going to go there. So well done.
Mine's going to be two quick sentences. One, the rules, the exit rules provide for them, so that's the short answer. I think the second one is more of an existential question between whether it's a bilateral relationship or whether it's a trilateral. And when environmental issues are concerned, can the tribunal be informed better, given the interests of the communities might not always align with that of the state? So it becomes a bigger question. I'm afraid I don't have the answer. I will simply refer you to the exit rules at this point in time.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, I want to echo Pavel's views. Yeah, I think there is a question of legitimacy of amicus curiae submissions. Yeah, because as Pavel said, the state has democratic legitimacy and is supposed to represent the public interest of that state and also environmental concerns. If now and the European Union is probably a good example of a third-party submission that basically wants to have a say in a legal process to which it is not a party, and wants to put some undue influence on a judicial process. You could even think that you have NGOs that are financed by certain interests and are paid to exert pressure on the process. So I would be very skeptical about the institution as such, and I would admit it only in a very narrow circumstance, yeah, where there may be environmental concerns may be one of the exceptions, but otherwise I would be quite restrictive.
Okay, let's give a round of applause to the sexy panel. Before we end, Joaquino, do you want to say any final words to us? I put you on the spot and I'm bringing the mic, but it would be good for you to end by telling us some reactions you had.
No, I mean, I had many reactions, but again,
I'm
I don't know.
sure.
Yeah, but that would take a lot of time, you know, on that issue, on right to regulation. The only thing probably that is missing in the debate and goes to the heart of the logics of investment law. In all our cases, I mean, I don't know, especially in the Czech Republic, but for Italy, that was the case. We had a lot of investors, of national investors, complaining against the same general measures. They all lost the cases because we even have a constitutional court with a decision against the investors. And so all purpose vehicles that had a foreign a shareholder could also come for arbitration. And those who did not, of course, had no recourse. So one of the ideas behind ACMEA at the very end was indeed, aside from the logics of the court decision, the political point behind that was why a French investor should have a better treatment than an Italian investor in the very same situation. And that goes to the heart of the logic of investment law and the fact that in which way we can protect a foreigner, or whether it makes sense to protect a foreign investor in the way we do in a different economic context than the one that we have now. Because now many cases are against what we were used to call developed countries. I mean, Italy had the very first case, now it's 6-7 years ago, it was the very first case, you know. So I think the reality has changed, and also in probably also the consequences might have changed. And also for amicus, for instance, I do see and understand what you say, but I also think that, in fact, in the logic of international governance, this instrument of the interest of minority groups or, in any event, third parties' understanding might have a role, you know. I'm not saying that amicus is the right thing, but I think now we have a much more articulated general community that express interest. So I think there are many issues that we need to take to the table when we discuss a right to regulate. That was just my general understanding of what you said.
And great moment to be alive. Round of applause. Coffee, 10 minutes. 10 minutes coffee, and we come back here for another rich panel. So enjoy coffee. Cheers. And this is really a lot of...
I don't know.
The best for last. We still have 2 panels today and a lunch break. So we'd like to make sure that everybody has some food while we're here. And therefore we can begin with our 6th panel, Enforcement of Investment Arbitration Awards in National Courts, Recent Developments and Future Trends. And that's a very generous topic. Let me tell you a bit about the panel. It is, as you could notice, Bucharest Arbitration Days is about bringing to Bucharest and bringing together professionals, but also institutions and I would say initiatives more broadly. Our common goal is to preserve and enhance legitimacy of arbitration. And part of this mission, if we want to put it this way, Bucharest Arbitration Days will present you the panel organized by the Institute for Transnational Arbitration. ITA was founded in 1986 as part of the Center for American and International Law and was created to educate business executives, government officials, and lawyers about arbitration as a means of resolving transnational business disputes and to promote global adherence to the world's principal arbitration treaties. Through its programs, scholarly publication, and membership activities led by many of the top global experts, ITA engages, of course, corporation law firms, academics, individual practitioners broadly. Membership of the ITA is open to everybody interested in international arbitration, and for those under 40, the Young ITA offers dedicated programs as well as a mentorship programs and other activities. And let me just pause by saying that the ITA and the Center for American and International Law supports, in particular, developing and integrating Central and Eastern Europe in the broader activities of the center. Now, the ITA panel, as part of Bucharest Arbitration Days, is moderated by Dr. Ioana Knoll-Tudor. Ioana is the partner with Adelschaux Goddard in France, and I could stay here to tell you a lot about Ioana. One thing everybody should know, Ioana is the first Romanian appointed as an arbitrator in an ICSID case. I cannot say too much, the case is still pending.
I confirm.
But Ioana is also the Secretary General of the Paris Arbitration Week, of course, a member of ITA, and in this capacity moderating the panel, but also a leading expert in investment arbitration and, of course, commercial arbitration. The leading publication on fair and equitable treatment, published by Oxford University, was authored by Ioana, and the 2nd edition is coming soon. And I'll keep saying that until she will actually publish the 2nd edition. Thank you, Ioana. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Krina, and thank you for the pressure. The 2nd edition is on its way, and as you all know, being authors, it's difficult. The end is difficult, but I'm on it. So I am very grateful to the ITA for having us here today and for allowing us to deal with an extremely interesting topic, and also to have such a distinguished panel. I will probably start with the absence. Our colleague Richard Happ could not be with us today. He very much wanted to. Unfortunately, he had very good reasons not to be here, so I will be double-hatting, something we like in arbitration, because I will be both moderator and I will cover at least France as a jurisdiction, and without further ado, I would like to present the speakers, and then I will just make a very small introduction into the topic and into why this is a very relevant topic. So I will start in no particular order with Anne-Carole Cremades. Anne-Carole is a French and Spanish national, and actually she is also qualified both in Paris and Geneva. She studied in Paris, at Paris University, and also she has an LLM from King's College London. She worked in Paris in the arbitration team of Bredin Prat, whom you of course all know, and she's now in the Geneva office of Schellenberg Wittmer in the international arbitration team. She does both commercial and investment arbitration as counsel, but she's also serving as arbitrator, and she also represents parties before the Swiss Supreme Court in proceedings regarding challenges of arbitral awards. And actually, this is why she's on this panel today. One of the reasons is because there has been, I'm sure you have all followed, a very interesting case in front of the Swiss Supreme Court, and she was part of the team, but this is just a teaser. You'll tell us more about it in a second. Then I will introduce Lucian Ilie. Lucian is a national, so we are sharing the same passport, but he's also an English barrister and also a French and Romanian qualified lawyer. He's combining his experience in civil law culture with common law know-how in the past 12 years. And Lucian practice areas include international arbitration, including arbitration-related litigation, private and public international law, including rules of jurisdiction, conflict of laws, enforcement of foreign judgment awards, state immunity, ECHR law, and international commercial litigation, including before the English, French, DIFC and ADGM courts. Last but not least, I will introduce Maria. Maria Fogdestam Agius. We had a discussion about this is the right pronunciation, is a partner in Sweden at Westerberg and Partners in Stockholm, and she heads the dispute resolution team there. Her practice focuses on public international law and treaty-based dispute settlement, international arbitration, including, and this is where the relevance is, post-award proceedings and enforcement, and also business and human rights. She has a PhD in public international law from the Uppsala University, and she also taught there public international law and investment treaty arbitration. Finally, we thought it was relevant to say that Maria appeared as an advocate inter alia before the International Court of Justice in The Hague and also the Swedish Supreme Court. So these introductions are made. Now, before we dig into the topic per jurisdiction, I wanted to have a very short introduction about why I think this topic is extremely relevant. I think that we passed from an era where voluntary enforcement was something that we were all talking about, and actually there was not one single investment arbitration conference where the word states are really enforcing voluntarily and it's so easy would not be pronounced. Now, the situation became very different. States now have a number of grounds to resist enforcement, and also, I should say, investors are becoming more and more creative in the way in which they try to enforce. What I find a good illustration of this is, first of all, when you speak to third-party funders, many of them tell you that sometimes they are approached for only financing the enforcement part, which only shows to what extent these proceedings became complex. You also have a lot of assignment of awards. Actually, I will say something about that in front of French courts. So you have basically investors who are thinking that enforcement becomes too complicated and they are just assigning the award to a third party to enforce. And probably the best illustration of how complex and interesting these proceedings have become is this panel. Because we will cover in this panel, we will cover several jurisdictions, 5 if we have time. We will cover, of course, Sweden, we will cover Switzerland, we will cover the UK and France, and if we have time, also the US. And what I find fascinating is that although this may seem to be a very national discussion, when you look at all these cases, every single one of the national decisions has an impact on the other courts, and all the courts are looking to what other national courts are doing. So it's very interesting because this is what international arbitration is all about. It is international, but now there is this degree of national courts which are having a very big impact on arbitration. So without discussing more about that, let's go for France. since I have the floor, I will keep it just for a bit. I would like to ask for my slide concerning France. It's coming, very good. I wanted to discuss about France, just case law, because there is the French courts are extremely active, as we all know, and I wanted to give you a very quick overview about how French courts are dealing with enforcement and how it is that you can resist or not enforcement in front of French courts. Of course, I'm covering at the same time annulment and enforcement. So. The way I divided it is I divided by categories in terms of intra-EU awards, other investment treaty awards, and ECT awards. I would start probably with the intra-EU awards because it's pretty straightforward. We had in front of French courts two decisions rendered the same day. These were rendered on the 19th of April 2022. And one was Strabag versus Poland, and the other was Slot versus Poland. Well, without making too much of a teasing, both were annulled. In the Strabag case, the Court of Appeal annulled the award rendered on the basis of the Austria-Poland BIT, and the court considered that the arbitration clause of the BIT was invalid as it contravened EU law, by doing that also recognizing the primacy of EU law, of course. On the same day, in a similar decision, now we are in a decision which was administered by the PCA. This is Slot versus Poland. The court stated that following ACMEA, most member states made declaration of their intention to renounce the intra-EU BITs by signing on the 23rd of May 2020 the plurilateral termination agreement and putting an end to all the intra-EU BITs. So the court found that Poland's set-aside application is in line with the commitment taken on by the majority of member states, and that it cannot amount to an abuse of rights or violate the principle of bad faith. In both cases, the court, of course, based its decision on the ACMEA decision, and also, of course, ACMEA confirmed by PL Holdings. Now, this is pretty straightforward, and I think there is not much to say further on that. I thought it was important to discuss also a case which is not an intra-EU BIT based. It's an energy charter treaty. This is the Comstroy versus Moldova. In Comstroy versus Moldova, and without having too much of a teasing either, Comstroy is a Ukrainian national, so this is not at all an intra-EU BIT. However, European law had an impact on this case because the Paris Court of Appeal annulled this decision, and it annulled it considering that independently of the nationality of the parties, the French courts have to comply with European decisions. Now, I said before that we will talk in this panel about how national courts' decisions have implications for international, for other national courts. In this case, in Comstroy, there was an ongoing decision, an ongoing case in front of the US courts. And actually, this is a court of appeal in Paris. Therefore, for the time being, there is no Court of Cassation case. And in the US courts considered that they couldn't give Moldova, they couldn't decide in favor of Moldova because they were not sure that the decision in front of French courts was final, because there was still the possibility of a Court of Cassation decision, although actually in the Court of Cassation, as we all know in France, the grounds to decide against the Court of Appeal are very procedural issues. So anyway, the court in the US decided that as long as it is not final, they could not decide in favor of Moldova. This is just to say to what extent there is a connection between all these national courts' decisions. And I will finish with other investment treaty awards. This is I will not have time to go into it, but whenever we are not in an intra-EU or we have European law applicable, there we are just on a very general, the 5 grounds of annulment in front of French courts. So So I will not have time because I would like my speakers to have time to go for their jurisdictions. But just to say that in all the other cases I quoted here, the grounds invoked are the general grounds on which you can deny enforcement or annul a decision in front of French courts. There is no implication in these decisions of EU or intra-EU BAT's issues. So, having said this, and being too long, I will now give the floor to Anna Carol for the Switzerland part.
Well, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. So I will give an overview of the recent trends on annulment and enforcement in Switzerland. So, thank you. So maybe your presentation. That's my mistake.
Okay, I'm sorry. We start with Sweden. Sorry, apologies for that. Yeah. The presentation is for Sweden. Sorry.
We're a very adaptable panel, so we're happy to
Always.
do whatever the moderator
flexible.
wants
Yes.
us to do. We'll just, you say jump, we say how high. Okay, so if we can get from the start of my presentation, then I'm looking. Here we are. Fantastic. Tech. Which button is it that I'm supposed to? Thank you very much. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, Joanna, and thank you very much for the invitation to come here today. It's my first time in Bucharest, so I've been incredibly excited, and I'm hoping to be able to see the city a little bit later as well. In my remarks, I will first give a brief overview of the enforceability of investment awards under Swedish law, depending on where and under what system they are made. Second, as this panel is indeed dedicated to the enforcement of arbitral awards against sovereign states, I'd like to say a few words on the immunity of sovereign assets from enforcement under the decisions of Swedish courts and authorities. And next and third, I will turn to some recent jurisprudence on set-aside and annulment before the Swedish courts, acting as the court of the seat. The strongest trend there, unsurprisingly, as Joanna touched upon, is also the purge of intra-EU ISDS, where the ECME and Comstar case law has undone a number of awards. And that obviously presents a serious obstacle to enforcement within the seat and beyond. And in that context, I'll also share a few conclusions from a series of reports that my firm has been preparing on set-aside trends and statistics in the Swedish courts. Finally, in a fourth segment, I'll look at some other complications that may result coming from the operation of EU law. And one is something that will be very familiar to many in this room, namely the paying against award as a violation of EU rules on state aid. And here I'll discuss the reasoning of a Swedish court decision in a case where this objection barred enforcement of an ICSID award. And another example that I would like to mention briefly towards the end is a situation that we have seen in another multi-jurisdictional enforcement action where the Brussels I regulation has made life a little bit more complicated. But let's start at the beginning, very briefly. Generally speaking, Sweden is an arbitration-friendly jurisdiction. We have a long-standing arbitral tradition that literally goes back centuries. And as a result, the standing of arbitral awards under the law and under the enforcement tradition is very strong. So final awards that are made in Sweden are equal to final court judgments. This will probably be familiar to many other jurisdictions. And of course, for investment awards, if we compare to jurisdictions like the UK or the US or Switzerland, Sweden may not be as common a place for states to place their assets when it comes to enforcement, but I shall come to, there have been some helpful decisions on immunity. So if you do find assets in Sweden, this may still be an attractive enforcement jurisdiction. Stockholm also cannot really compete with London or Paris as an international arbitration venue, But the SEC Arbitration Institute prides itself on being the second largest, although with some margin after ICSID, for institution for investment awards. So it is nonetheless designated as a potential forum in well over 100 BITs. And I ran a few statistics because over the past 20 years or so, the SEC has rendered about 50, close to 50 SEC investment awards. And on top of that, we of course have quite a few known and unknown ad hoc awards. And if you put that in relation to the sort of global data on known investment disputes, I would estimate that perhaps some 4% or so of investment awards would be located within Sweden. That's not a huge market share, but it's also not completely negligible. When we come to ICSID awards, then they are enforced in Sweden in accordance with the ICSID Convention, of course, which was implemented into Swedish law in 1966. And they are enforceable in the same way as domestic awards. When we then come to awards made in other jurisdictions, that will come under the New York Convention. When it comes to state immunity then and the attachability of assets, I promised to say a few words about this. There are two contemporary precedents from the Swedish jurisdiction, from the Swedish Supreme Court, that both uphold a pretty high threshold of restrictive enforcement immunity. So one is a decision known in Sweden as the Lidingö House, which is related to the Sedlmayr versus Russia arbitration. So there the Supreme Court was considering this property belonging to the Russian state. It was associated with the Russian embassy, although that was, of course, the issue in the case, to what extent it was. That particular piece of property was found not to be immune because of how it was actually used. And so the property had previously been used as housing for the Russian trade delegation, but that had moved out. And so the house was now being used as housing for some diplomatic staff and archives and vehicles, but it was predominantly rented out to visiting researchers and students. And based on this, the Supreme Court concluded that it was not to a sufficiently significant extent used for official activities of the state. And so it found that the purpose of holding this property was not sufficiently qualified to protect it from execution. So a pretty high, pretty permissive, I would say, approach to enforcement. And this was later confirmed in 2021 in another decision where this approach was confirmed. This is known as the ASCOM case in the Supreme Court nomenclature. But it relates to the Stati versus Kazakhstan enforcement action. And here, the assets in question were shares of companies listed on the Stockholm Stock Exchange that were held through an external commercial wealth manager sitting in London for a Kazakh sovereign wealth fund. And having reviewed the nature of the fund and the nature of the entire arrangement, which was very complicated, and more importantly, the stated purpose of the fund under the law that it was constituted under, the Supreme Court held that the general management of state wealth, as in long-term state saving for future use, that was not yet defined, was not in itself a sovereign activity. And this departs from some practice in some other courts around Europe, so it's a quite interesting approach. The Swedish Supreme Court required a concrete and clear connection to a qualified purpose of a sovereign character, so building on the 2011 case. And in this case, this concerned then the risk that was assumed by the state in making the investments that it had made on the stock exchange. The objective sought with the holding of these assets, which was to accumulate return on investment. The expressed objective of the portfolio of which the assets form part. So that was the review of the law and what was the purpose of the fund as a whole. And then the ease with which funds could be withdrawn from the fund to be assigned for clearly sovereign purposes. And that was a pretty long process of several appropriation decisions. So the Supreme Court focused very much on the immediate purpose of the funds as opposed to sort of what it might be used for in the future. And to further complicate things, the sovereign wealth fund was placed under the management of a central bank. And if you are familiar with Article 21 of the 2004 State Immunity Convention, central bank property is given a bit of a separate status there. However, that particular provision was deemed not to reflect custom. And so on the basis of custom and review of state practice, the court found in that respect that what there was support for was that funds that were clearly used for central banking purposes, as in monetary intervention or currency interventions, would be immune as central bank property, but not when you have merely sort of placed the funds under central bank management, as it were. Here, the funds were not used as an instrument for the exercise of monetary policy, and the management could equally have been entrusted to any other state entity. That was the court's conclusion. I mentioned that at Westerberg we track set-aside and annulment closely, and we publish this data in an annual report that we call the Westerberg Arbitration Tracker. We also collaborate with our colleagues in the Nordics to accumulate Nordic data on this. And under the ISDS track of this report series, we have data on set-aside of investment awards in Sweden over the past 20 years. So in that period, there have been 22 investment awards that have been challenged before the Swedish courts. 13 of these challenges have been decided, the rest are still pending. And out of the 13, 6 have been annulled or set aside. So that's where we come out on the statistics. And I distinguish here between annulment and set aside, because under Swedish law, there is a separate provision providing for awards on matters that are not arbitrable or that have been made in a manner contrary to public policy. They are invalid ex jure. So we are not following the model law approach in that respect. And in the past year and a half, we have 4 intra-EU investment awards that have been annulled under this provision. The first annulment decision came in December 2022 in the Nomenergia case against Spain, where the Court of Appeal found that as a result of the Comstroy case law, the ECT award in that case, it was found to concern a matter that was not arbitrable. The very next day, the Supreme Court annulled the PL Holdings versus Poland award, instead taking the approach that this had been made in a manner contrary to procedural public policy. And obviously, given the hierarchy between those two courts, the courts that have considered the other 2 decisions, that is the Court of Appeal that has been that has annulled the remaining 2 decisions, they have now followed the approach taken by the Supreme Court that this is a matter of procedural public policy violation. And those 2 cases are Festorino versus Poland and Triodos versus Spain. So those are the awards that have been annulled in addition. There are at least 3 more intra-EU cases that are pending, with a fairly predictable outlook of also being annulled. I want to spend 1 more minute on the Festorino case, in that it was in fact an annulment claim brought by the claimant investors, who challenged the validity of the award, whereas the respondent state argued that it should be partially upheld. And the reason for this was that the investors had lost on the merits, and the state had been awarded costs, and it was, of course, interested in being able to claim those costs. However, because of how the Swedish jurisprudence has developed on this, partial set-aside is not an option. The entire award is invalid as a matter of law. You don't even have to go to court to get that declared. And the award is invalid, period, and that includes the cost award. And for similar reasons, the annulment in Festorino was also annulled in respect of a non-EU claimant investor. And here there was a dissenting opinion issued by Judge Holmqvist of the Svea Court of Appeal, who argued that in theory one should be able to uphold the award in respect of a non-EU investor, but it would require that you can distinguish between the different components of the case. And so he, on his test, it would be that neither the outcome nor the conduct of the proceedings in relation to the third country national had been affected by the part of the arbitration that concerned the intra-EU relationship. And because of how an investment arbitration with multiple investors is normally run, that was not the case, and I don't really think it would ever be the case unless you foresaw this issue ahead of time, and you essentially brought separate cases. So I think it's more of academic interest than practically feasible. But it's interesting to consider whether it would make a difference for a potential enforcement in another jurisdiction that the intra-EU awards in Sweden are annulled and not set aside. Annulment is not mentioned in the New York Convention's Article 5, so it might be an open question whether that has any meaning or whether it's just the same. One can also note when it comes to the enforcement of set-aside awards in Sweden that when Article 5 was transposed into the Swedish Arbitration Act, the seeming discretion to the Enforcement Forum Court has been dropped. So instead of may refuse, it says that if it's a set-aside judgment, it will not be recognized and enforced. So it's a slightly stricter language there. The intra-EU ISDS situation is obviously extraordinary. I think for the rest of it, we see a fairly differential approach by the Swedish courts to what investment tribunals have found. There's even case law to the effect that investment tribunals will be better placed to judge on facts and so on. But we have, obviously a deference to EU law and EU courts coming out in these cases. And that brings me to my final slide, which is on the other complications that I promised, because here we see some of the same deference to EU law coming out in our treatment of the Mikula case, and I think we'll be hearing more about the Mikula case eventually. But we had a hand in a 2019 decision by a district court in Sweden, where EU rules on state aid were found to have been engaged. And the reasoning there was that under the EU principle of loyal cooperation, the court had an obligation to ensure that EU law was given full effect, and notably then to decline to apply any national legal provisions inconsistent with EU law. And here the court took a very literal approach to Article 54 of the ICSID Convention, which would make an ICSID decision directly enforceable, but it said that an ICSID award would be enforced in the same way as a final Swedish judgment, and a Swedish judgment would not be enforceable given the state of EU law. So they took that sort of route to get to where they have come to, but to my knowledge it is one of the very few, if not the only, ICSID award that has been set aside on this basis. The court avoided any discussion of Article 351 of the TFEU, using the sort of boilerplate language that it did not change the assessment that the courts sometimes refer to when they don't really want to get into the specifics. This decision was appealed, but we don't really know what would have happened, because then Romania paid, and so the enforcement action was withdrawn. And the only sort of aftermath that really happened in the Swedish courts on this was a Supreme Court decision eventually that each side should bear their own costs in the proceeding, although the application had been withdrawn by the Mikula parties, which would otherwise have had to pay. But I guess the finding here was that either side was at the mercy of the externalities brought on by EU law, so it was fair for them to share. A final issue that we have come upon in our practice, which also relates to multi-jurisdictional enforcement action, again relates to Stati versus Kazakhstan. And I mentioned that we, in that case, had the Supreme Court finding that there were attachable assets. However, that then led to a seizure in order to satisfy the award, but before any award could be paid out, a Belgian court attached the attached funds based on a claim brought by the state against the investors in Belgium. And the reason for that claim was that there had been a freezing of the assets in Belgium, which had eventually been lifted when the Belgian courts found the award unenforceable. And the Belgian courts found the award unenforceable on some very same grounds that the Swedish courts had rejected 3 or 4 times over. The Belgian courts nevertheless issued an ex parte attachment decision in preservation of the claim brought by the state. And the decision to be made now in Sweden is whether or not the attachment decision can be refused under the Brussels I regulation, given that there are arguably irreconcilable views between the two countries on the enforceability of the award. The district court found that the attachment decision should not be enforced in Sweden on this basis. The Court of Appeal will have their say after the summer. So, in short, watch this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. So now I suggest we leave EU grounds to see how other jurisdictions which are out of the EU are dealing with these issues. So we are moving to Switzerland.
Thank you. So I will give you a short overview. No. Yes, a brief overview of annulment proceedings against investment awards in Switzerland. There's been an increasing number of setting aside applications being filed against investment awards before the Swiss Supreme Court. The Swiss Supreme Court has exclusive jurisdiction to hear applications for setting aside of international arbitration awards rendered in Switzerland. This means that more parties choose more often Switzerland as a suite for investment arbitration. And in the vast majority of cases, the investments award have been upheld, except one award that has been set aside, and it's very rare for awards to be set aside in Switzerland in general, because the Supreme Court has a very pro-arbitration policy, and actually the one award that was set aside rather confirms this pro-arbitration policy rather than contradicts it. I will get back to these decision in a few minutes. So the Supreme Court decisions are usually very detailed, between 40 to 85 pages, especially when the ground for annulment is based on the alleged lack of jurisdiction, for which the Supreme Court has a full power of review, based, however, on the findings of fact made by the award. And the decisions contain many references to academic writing and arbitral awards, so they provide really helpful input on key legal issues of investment law. In the interest of time, I will just refer to two decisions, recent decisions. The first one is the Clorox versus Venezuela decision. The first one, because actually there's been three decisions, and the last one very recent. But the first decision was interesting in the sense that the Supreme Court took position on the controversial issue of whether an investment requires a positive act of investing from the investor, that means against consideration. And in that case, the arbitral tribunal had declined jurisdiction on the ground that the Spain-Venezuela BIT defined investment as any kind of assets invested by the investor in the territory of the other contracting state. And for the tribunal, this wording implied an active act of investing in exchange for consideration, and the tribunal considered that the mere holding of shares in a local company following a corporate restructuring without payment of any consideration did not qualify as a projected investment. And the Supreme Court, the Swiss Supreme Court, annulled the award on the ground that the BIT did not contain any requirement going beyond the mere holding by an investor of one contracting party of assets in the territory of the other contracting party. So requiring an active investment was an additional requirement that was not provided by the BIT. And this black letter approach was followed in other more recent decision from the Swiss Supreme Court. Another decision I would like to comment on is the EDF versus Spain decision, which is very recent from this year. In this case, the Supreme Court took position on the Acmea and Constro issue that was expected. It was the first time that the Swiss Supreme Court had really to address directly this issue. And Spain was relying on Comstroy to argue that the unconditional consent to arbitrate, given that Article 26 of the ECT did not include intra-EU disputes. And basically, the Supreme Court said that Achmea and Comstroy doesn't apply to in Switzerland. The Supreme Court referred to the crusade conducted by the EU against investment arbitration, and the Supreme Court considered that given that Switzerland is not part of the EU law was res inter alia acta, meaning that a Swiss court considering the jurisdiction of a Swiss-seated tribunal is not bound by Comstroy. The Supreme Court went on to state that it was not convinced by the reasoning in Achmea and Comstroy, which was based exclusively on the specific nature of EU law without considering international law or the rules on treaty interpretation. And interestingly, the Supreme Court referred to its own case law, according to which when usually there's a controversy as to the interpretation of foreign law, it will usually follow the opinion of the highest court of the jurisdiction that enacted the foreign law at issue. But it noted that these rules did not make sense in a situation such as this one, where the issue was whether rules adopted by the EU prevailed over an international treaty. And the Supreme Court said that the court put in place by the EU may be tempted to affirm the primacy of its own laws over the international treaty and render a decision which is akin to a pleading pro domo, pleading its own case, has happened in Comstroy. So that's really the words used by the Supreme Court, which I found interesting. And for these reasons, the Supreme Court decided not to give any weight, any specific weight to Comstroy, and to conduct its own analysis in accordance with the rules of treaty interpretation of the Vienna Convention. And after a very thorough analysis of the ECT provision, the EU treaties, as well as contemporary instruments, as well as subsequent instruments, the Supreme Court reached the conclusion that there were no grounds whatsoever to consider that Spain's unconditional consent to arbitrate, given under Article 26 of the ECT, would not include intra-EU disputes. And interestingly, the decision even went as far as to discuss in great detail arguments that were considered to be inadmissible by the Supreme Court, but it really wanted to deal with the whole issue and not to leave any arguments up in the air without answering them. So decision is really remarkable for the pretty strong terms used to criticize Comstroy, and as well as for the thoroughness of the reasoning that was the analysis carried out by the Supreme Court. So turning now to enforcement, recent trends on enforcement in Switzerland. There's no general legislation on sovereign immunity. The legal framework is mostly based on Swiss case law. The Supreme Court treats immunity as a single concept and makes no distinction between immunity from jurisdiction and immunity from enforcement, which may explain the wording of some of the conditions. So there are three conditions to be fulfilled to enforce against the foreign state's assets. The first two conditions derive from case law and the third one from the law. So I will briefly state the three conditions and then comment on the first two. The first condition is that the foreign state was acting as a private or commercial capacity. So it was acting iure gestionis and not iure imperi. The second condition is that the legal relationship presents a sufficient nexus to Switzerland. So that's the Binnenbeziehung concept in German, the rattachement suffisant in French. And the third condition is that the assets targeted by the enforcement must not be earmarked for tasks of public authority, which are excluded by Article 92 of the Debt and Collection and Bankruptcy Act. So coming back to the first condition, that the foreign state must have acted iure gestionis and not iure imperi. That condition may seem puzzling when it comes to enforcement of investment awards, because most of the time the wrongful conduct of the state was precisely carried out in iure imperi, typically expropriation or changes to the law. So it raises the question of whether any enforcement would be in and of itself excluded for any investment award. I don't think so. I think this condition, this first condition, actually was a copy-paste from previous decision, from old decisions, where at a time where it was disputed whether exceptions to state immunity should be accepted at all, where the state was acting in a private capacity. So the purpose at the time, historically, was to open exceptions to state immunity. Now the situation is different because states have signed hundreds of BITs, the ECT, the Exit Convention, where they agreed to arbitrate investment disputes. So the situation is different. And all the recent case law has not really discussed the relevance of these first conditions in the context of investment arbitration. All the discussion has focused on whether the second condition was fulfilled, the condition about the sufficient nexus to Switzerland. So that's why it's difficult to know whether this condition really applies in case of investment arbitration, but I would tend to think, I don't have a crystal ball, but I would tend to think that if the last two conditions are met, namely if there's a really sufficient connection with Switzerland and the assets are not earmarked for a task of public authority, I would doubt that the Supreme Court would say that the attachment, the enforcement cannot be carried out because the state did not act iure gestionis. Especially, typically in the case of expropriation, expropriation is part of public policy. Well, the prohibition of expropriation without compensation. So I wouldn't see a refusal to carry out enforcement just based on this first condition. So turning now to the second condition, the sufficient nexus to Switzerland. So to be clear, this requirement applies to the claim, the legal relationship, and not to the location of assets. So the Swiss case law considers that there's a sufficient nexus with Switzerland, for instance, if the legal relationship was established in Switzerland or was to be performed in Switzerland, or where the parties performed certain acts in Switzerland, or when the state guaranteed payment with explicit references to state assets located in Switzerland or to a specific reference to Swiss legal remedies. The mere location of assets in Switzerland is not sufficient according to case law. This is criticized by some scholars, but it's the rule as it stands now. And also the fact that the claim was awarded by an arbitral tribunal seated in Switzerland is also not considered sufficient. And that's why recently the Supreme Court refused last year to attach assets belonging to Spain for lack of sufficient nexus. But interestingly, a few days later, another decision recognized sufficient nexus, so it's not an impossible condition to fulfill. It was the case of an acknowledgement of debt by the state of Uzbekistan, who had signed a document declaring that he would recognize as a debt a claim arising from an investment award, from an award against an Uzbek company, and that he would pay that debt in case the company were to default on its obligation. And the document expressly provided that the creditor was entitled to attach assets of the Republic of Uzbekistan located in Switzerland. And moreover, the acknowledgement of debt was signed in Switzerland. So here, in that case, the courts considered there was a sufficient nexus to Switzerland, and they accepted the enforcement. So that's to give an overview about the conditions on Switzerland.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are now moving to another non-EU territory. This is the UK. So, Lucian.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Yes, is it working? Yes. I'm happy to be back home, and thank you so much for the kind introduction and for the organizing this wonderful event, which is better and better each year. So well done, everybody. I'm so happy to see the same international standards in Bucharest. Now, I will spend the next 10 minutes to provide a very high level of the regime in the UK about both the setting aside procedures and the enforcement of ICSID and non-ICSID awards. Now, it is not, I would say, a surprise anymore to say that over the last 20 years, London has become one of the dominant places as a seat of international arbitration under the 1996 Arbitration Act, which is due to be, I would say, revised during the year. We were unlucky because usually we should have been seen the bill passed, I would say 2 weeks ago or in the wash-up last week. This didn't happen, but I am confident that this will happen towards the end of the year. So finger crossed. Now, I've seen a very interesting report from the judiciary of the England and Wales provided by the Commercial Court, and this is a report of 2022 which provides some interesting figures. So more than 70% of the cases were international and 25% of the cases were arbitration related. So that sends a very strong message as London being one of the established I would say seats in international arbitration. Now, the Commercial Court, which has exclusive competence in the UK over commercial arbitration matters, has, I would say, a threefold power. First is to deal with what we call the supervisory court missions, where a court or the Commercial Court can intervene and provide some relief, such as freezing orders, anti-suit injunctions, or the appointment of arbitrators when needed. The second task which the Commercial Court has is to determine challenges made to the awards which are seated in England. Now, of course, it's no surprise that ICSID awards are not seated anywhere because those are supranational. But when dealing with investment awards, i.e. non-ICSID, it is the Arbitration Act 1996 which applies, and there are three main grounds in order to succeed to challenge an international arbitration award. The first one is a substantive jurisdictional issue under Section 67, or a serious irregularity under Section 68, or under Section 69, an appeal on point of law. Now, it is not a surprise that the successful cases is less than 10%, which again shows a very friendly, I would say, arbitration jurisdiction. And I would like to go now in detail on the Commercial Court task, which is the purpose of today's talk. Now, if I start with the, I would say, most easiest one, and I left the issues at the end, which is enforcement. Now, it is well established that the choice of the seat of arbitration is a matter of high importance, and we have seen this discussion very often in commercial arbitration cases. Now, in investment arbitration cases, this is not the same because most of the cases are started under the ICSID Convention. So under the ICSID Convention, the seat doesn't matter. Now, for the remaining non-ICSID investment arbitration cases, the choice of the seat will have a significant, I would say, impact. But the issue is that most of the BITs, MITs, do not provide a seat of arbitration. So the question would be, what would be the seat? And we are lucky enough that most of the, I would say, arbitration institutions have arbitration rules, which provides provision dealing with the choice of the seat in the event and in the absence of a seat in the arbitration agreement. So that, in a nutshell, is what is happening when dealing with the setting aside procedures. Now, if we are coming back now to England, it is the 1996 Arbitration Act, and there are two main grounds, which in practice we're going to see very often. Is Section 67 when we are challenging the jurisdiction, or Section 68 when we are challenging the serious irregularity of the proceedings or of the award. Now, while there have been many challenges in the arena, I could identify only 3 cases which have been successful, and I would like to go very quickly through them. And the first case is the GF case against Poland. And in this case, it's interesting enough because the commercial court considered that the arbitral tribunal erred when it considered and when it interpreted the applicable BIT, which restricted the applicable BIT only to the expropriation claims. Now, of course, the commercial court took a de novo review of the jurisdiction and considered that, in fact, the applicable BIT should have been interpreted wider than the arbitrators did. And it included the fair and equitable treatment protection, which, as we know, here is the most powerful protection in investment arbitration, and I would say much easier to prove than an expropriation, which has a very high standard of proof. Now, the second case that I would like to mention is the Republic of Kazakhstan against WWM. And this is a case where I've been involved, not in the court proceedings, but in the arbitration itself. So in nutshell, what happened is that, again, the arbitral tribunal, ancestral with a seat in London, considered, and I remember very well at the hearing, where we were discussing about the permutations which one could take in terms of damages outcomes, depending on what kind of breach the court, the arbitral tribunal, would decide. Of course, there will be a different outcome in terms of the loss suffered by the investors. So we reserved our right, and we asked very clearly the arbitral tribunal that we would like to have an additional round of discussion depending on the liability which will be found in the case. But big surprise, when we received the award, we had a decision on quantum as well. So while the parties have not discussed at all the sunk cost approach, the arbitral tribunal took the liberty to decide and allow, I will say, the investors with a modic sum, but that was not the point. The point was that it was based on something that the party have not decided and have not discussed, neither in the pleadings nor at the hearing. So here back, again, commercial court decided that it was an irregularity under Section 68 and decided partially to annul the award on damages and send back the case. So time will tell whether, and I like the commercial court approach, where the court said that if the party were left to discuss the matter, and I quote, there might have been a significant different outcome. So let's see whether that will be the case in the coming months. And last but not least is the court pool mineral case against, again, Kazakhstan, which is also a case that I've seen behind the closed door, I'll say, is that in this case was an issue about the jurisdiction, and the main question was whether the treaty which has been signed between Canada and USSR in 1991 was still applying to Kazakhstan after the changes. And I would say I was very surprised because in the first case, Worldwide Mineral, that was the same question on jurisdiction. And the tribunal said, yes, the treaty applies. Whereas in this gold mineral case, the arbitral tribunal said, no, it doesn't apply because the treaty did not succeed to and apply to Kazakhstan. However, the commercial court again found in favor of the investors and aligned with the decision of the arbitral tribunal in WWM, considering that, yes, implicitly, Kazakhstan should have been bound by this treaty, and therefore the arbitral tribunal was wrong to decide that it had no jurisdiction over it. So that is in a nutshell a straightforward, I would say, regime and practice when dealing with setting aside procedure. Now, let's turn to the difficulties because it's easy when everything goes well, but less easy when there are issues to discuss, particularly when coming from two very high-level High Court judges. Now, very, very quickly, the regime in England is based on two provisions. The first one is based on the 1996 Arbitration Act when dealing with commercial and non-exceed awards. So when you have an investment award, and I'm saying this because very often I've seen counsel, not counsel as lawyer, but solicitors sometimes mixing the provision, and each time the commercial courts takes the opportunity to make this distinction. So even if you have a non-exceed award, you still apply the 1996 Arbitration Act, which is by definition known to be part of a commercial arbitration. So be careful not to apply the 1966 Act, not 1966 Act, which is dealing purely with exceed awards. So if you have non-exceed awards, you come back to the 1996 Arbitration Act. Now, very quickly, in England, the process is very straightforward. It is made during 2-3 months. You apply to the commercial court. It is a process without notice by supplying and by submitting an arbitration claim form. So you provide the award with an original copy, as well with the arbitration clause, either from the contract or from the BAT, and a translation if needed. 1 week later, you have the order, which executors the decision, and then it's only then when the other party is served with the order. So up to that stage, nobody knows what is happening, and you are receiving a service of the recognition order of an international arbitration award. So it is then when the difficulty starts. Now, the first hurdle which one would deal when dealing with investment arbitration award is the concept of sovereign immunity defense. Now, I've been surprised to learn that in Switzerland there is no legislation, and that is the case law, which I should think that it should have been different. In the common law should have been the case, and not in a civil law jurisdiction. But for once, in the common law jurisdiction of England and Wales, we have a statutory provision which provides under the State Immunity Act 1978 the concept of restrictive immunity, and there are two main issues, as one might know. The first one is the immunity from adjudication, i.e. immunity from jurisdiction, and the second one is the immunity from enforcement. So those are two different concepts, yeah, and two different stages. And one needs to understand very clearly that one should not be mixed with the other. Now, it is easy to say that in practice, but sometimes when you have a decision, it can overlap and create issues. And it's what we're going to see in a moment. Now, under Section 1 of the State Immunity Act, very easily, the state UK courts have no jurisdiction. So that is the principle. They have no jurisdiction unless one of the exceptions applies. And the two main exceptions which apply when dealing with investment arbitration awards are Section 2, which is the submission to the jurisdiction of the UK courts, or a prior agreement. And a second exception is the arbitration agreement under Section 9. Now, immunity from enforcement is covered in Section 3 and 13.4, which provides that, again, in principle, a party cannot enforce a judgment or arbitration award against a state unless, and again we have the same principle, unless one of the exceptions apply. And there are two exceptions in this respect. One is if you have a written consent of the state. So in practice we never have written consent, so that is easy, it's theory. But the second one, and it's what we heard from my distinguished colleague, is what we call the commercial purpose exception. So put simply, if one succeeds in a sovereign immunity defense, it means that the UK court should not have power to look to a case or should not enforce because immunity issues. Now, I have two different cases for the last 2 minutes which I have remained. The first one is a recent decision dated 19 January 2024, Border Timbers Limited against the Republic of Zimbabwe. Now, it is very interesting in this case that Justice Diaz considered that the immunity defense is irrelevant when discussing the registration of an ICSID award. In other words, the registration of an ICSID award should be an administrative step where the court takes no imperial power, and therefore this should not be dealt with at this stage. This goes against all the decisions which have been taken by the UK court up to this stage, and Justice Diaz mentions herself in the judgment that this is a novel approach for which there is no direct authority. So we have this novel approach which we don't know what's going to lead. Now, the 2 points of Justice Diaz in this case, the first one is that the judge considered that there is no exception applying when dealing with immunity. First, because the Article 26 and 54 from the ICSID Convention is not what we call a prior agreement or submission to the UK court jurisdiction, because it's not explicit waiver on that respect. So that, it could be understandable. So it's not, I would say, something which is straightforward. The second point, which I believe is much more, I would say, debatable, is that Ms. Justice Diaz considered that the courts, the national courts, should be able to review the jurisdiction decisions of an ICSID tribunal. So, as we all know here, the, I would say, quasi-appeal, which is made before the investment committee, purely based on limited grounds, and this is the only review that one could look when dealing with investment arbitration award in terms of jurisdiction. So, saying that a national court should be allowed again to look and to review the decision of a jurisdiction in ICSID, I think that is against clearly the scope of the ICSID Convention. Now, she argues and she makes a point by stating that in fact the national court should not be bound by it when dealing with the State Immunity Act. So somehow she's saying that when I'm assessing the criteria to see whether there is an arbitration agreement, I should not be bound by the decision, so I should do my own review. But then, of course, I will not change the decision, but I think it's hard to do the one without the other. So based on that argument, Justice Diaz considered that given that there was a dispute over the arbitration agreement, so Section 9 would not apply either. So no immunity in this regard. Now, it was interesting enough saying that even though she found in favor of the state, because there was no immunity, she considered that that was irrelevant in any event, decided not to set aside the order, but she gave a permission to appeal. And it is very interesting because we're going to have, during the week of 18 June, a cross-appeal in 3 big cases. The first one is this one, the second one is the ISL matter, which we're going to touch bases 30 seconds right after, and the third one is the Opera Fund, on which I represented the investor against Spain. So 18 June, don't take any decision to enforce anything before that, because otherwise you might be stuck depending on the outcome of the Court of Appeal. Now, the last case, which is the 30 seconds that I just mentioned, is the very well-known case ISL, which is the ex-ante investment case. So I will not get into the, I will say, the background of that case. What I just want to say is that 2 outcomes in this respect. Justice Fraser, which is now Lord of Appeal since January 24, considered against what has been ruled by Justice Diaz. Firstly, he considers that the immunity was covered because the exception were met. So that is against what Justice Diaz decided. And secondly, he also considered the intra-EU objection issue. Now, I've been at the hearing, I know very well the argument, and so what Justice Fraser mentioned is that under the UK legislation and under the ICSID Convention, including the UK Supreme Court ruling in Mikula, it is clear that those arguments have been assessed already, so there is no need to reopen the debate, and he considered that the EU law should not, I would say, trigger any issues of international law, because those are purely PIL matters, and EU law should not somehow conflict with that. And he also considered that the issue should also be covered in an appeal, which will come. And I was a bit surprised because the judge didn't want to touch bases on a third issue in Opera Fund, which was whether we should split an award when we have two claimants and split when you have one intra-EU BIT investor and one we have a Swiss investor. So it was a bit of the shame, but the judge said it was too academic, given that we're going to have this Court of Appeal decision in 4 months' time. So those are my remarks on this respect.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I hope you all marked your calendars for the 18th of June. Maybe we can have a quick video call, to discuss that on the 18th of June. Well, thank you very much. We had a number of questions prepared for discussion, but I'm facing Cosmin, so otherwise I would go for on because the discussion is very interesting. But even though you look at me the way you do and you want me to finish, I will not finish before asking one question to the panel, because I really want this to be as comprehensive as possible and touch up on all the recent decisions. Now that we've seen what happens with treaty arbitration awards, question is contract based arbitration, investment arbitration, is this the solution? Is contractualization the solution? And actually, can I ask you, Anne-Carole, for a very quick point on that, because there has been a very interesting decision coming from Greece, and yet another jurisdiction. So if you can just say one word on that, then I promise it's lunch.
Yes, so there was this decision by the Greek Supreme Administrative Court last year that applied the reasoning of Achmea and PLH Holding to an arbitration agreement that was contract-based. So that means not in a BIT or the ECT, etc., but based on a concession contract, so an investment contract between an EU investor and an EU member state. And the court found that the key consideration of Achmea applied even if the arbitration agreement was based on a contract law, typically that the arbitral tribunal could not qualify it as a court of a member state and could not submit questions to the Court of Justice for preliminary ruling, so that it would not ensure the effective application of EU law, etc. So all these considerations that are the core, the core basis for Achmea, these courts found that they applied also if the arbitration was based on a contract. And it's not a death foretold, but that could also apply to investors who are not EU investors, and could also even apply to commercial arbitration, because commercial arbitration also may involve issues of EU law, and you wouldn't be able to ensure the uniform application of EU law. So does that mean that maybe investment contract is maybe not the solution? I don't want to be pessimistic, but
we are international. We cannot only look at Europe.
That's true. That's true.
So all the courts may follow this path, and maybe the Court of Justice itself might take a further step in that direction. So let's see.
Yeah, we wanted to mention that, and Lucia wanted to have a last comment.
Yeah, I just was wondering, towards your question, whether there are others paths. And of course, we discussed BIT, MIT, contractual, but we always forget something: the foreign investment law. The foreign investment law provides very often international arbitration tools, and I'm just, if I'm not wrong, I think the Romanian Ordinance of 1997 provides with UNCITRAL and ICSID convention as well. So while we have terminated in Romania in 2022 the BIT, I'm again subject to maybe other practitioners here, I think the ordinance has not been changed. So of course we will not address, and the issue of enforcement will still have it, but at least for the jurisdiction of the arbitral tribunal, a foreign investment law, whether Romanian or any other places, might also be a solution.
Well, I think we should need another panel on solutions, probably, and what to do with the current situation. I would like to thank the speakers for a wonderful panel. I thought very interesting. Unfortunately, not time for questions, and I think the floor goes to Cosmin for a last word.
First of all, thank you for everything. One announcement and one clarification. The magic words is lunchtime now. We will start the last panel at 2:30 as planned, because we want to finish as planned, so that our foreign guests have time perhaps to enjoy Bucharest. And one clarification. If you all, like me, are wondering why our lunch has not started at 1 sharp as planned, the answer is obvious. Because of 2 extra EU jurisdictions that have various case law problems, as we have heard, and now the problem is more sensitive than this. Apparently, those extra EU jurisdictions encroach upon Romanian public order, because here we have a constitutional principle whereby good people have the constitutional right to have lunch on time. I can only hope the EU Commission will not intervene and we can have lunch. Bon appetit.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're now live. First of all, we would like to thank everyone for bearing with us until the very end of yet another successful edition of Bucharest Arbitration Days, and for what we promise you will be a very interesting discussion. Now, as you may have noticed, this is no ordinary panel, and I don't mean that just because of our extraordinary lineup of speakers that I will be introducing shortly, but also by virtue of the format of the panel, which is an Oxford-style debate. The topic is also interesting, or I should rather say the motion, to keep with debate terminology, and that is, this House believes that the EU law framework provides the same protection for foreign investors as intra-EU BITs. Now, we will have two speakers arguing for this motion, so the pro-side speakers, and they will be followed by two speakers arguing against the motion. At first glance, it seems that two of our speakers have a slightly tougher job on their hands today, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. And I should also make a disclaimer, so to speak. Because this is a debate, please note and keep in mind that our speakers are in character. They have their advocate hats on. So this is why we wanted to mention in the program that this debate will be under the Chatham House rules, although it's being filmed, so that sort of defeats the purpose. But the point is, the views that they will be expressing today do not necessarily reflect their actual opinions. And maybe in some cases do not reflect their actual opinions at all. A little bit about the structure of today's debate. We will actually begin by asking you guys, the audience, a question, and that is, on which side of this motion are you? And so you will be voting on this without having heard any of the arguments. And of course, we'll also ask you to repeat this exercise at the very end to see how your views have changed after you have heard our panelists present their arguments. The initial audience vote will be followed by our speakers' opening remarks. The two pro-side speakers will go first, 5 minutes each, and then the two con-side speakers will also have 5 minutes each. This will be followed by a 25-minute intra-panel discussion where us, the moderators, will ask questions, the speakers will answer, and then the other side will have the opportunity to react to those answers if they so wish. Now, you may be wondering if you'll have an opportunity to ask questions as well, and do not worry, you will. We'll open the floor for 10 minutes to the audience to ask questions. And the purpose of these 10 minutes is to ask questions that will clarify your view as to which side you will vote for during the final vote. So it'll be very important. And then our speakers will deliver their closing remarks, 2 minutes each. And last but not least, as I've mentioned, we'll have the final vote of the audience. Just a few words about our great speakers today. On my right side, we have Iuliana Iancu. She will be pro-side speaker number 1, arguing for the motion. Iuliana is a partner at Anotio & Vandenberg in Brussels. She has over 14 years of experience in international arbitration, and this includes acting as arbitrator, counsel, and tribunal secretary. Her experience includes several dozen high-stakes, high-value, and complex international commercial and investment arbitrations, both ad hoc and under a variety of arbitration rules. And of course, Iuliana is also the vice chair of ARBC, which stands for the Arbitration Association in Central and Eastern Europe. Also on my right-hand side, we have Ioana Bratu, who will be our pro-side speaker number 2, also arguing for the motion. Ioana is a PhD researcher in conflict of legal orders and systems theory, with dual supervision from Exeter University and the Open University Institute. Before that, she worked towards her English qualification with a big law firm and an energy company, focusing on commercial arbitration and international litigation. On my left side, we have Camille Strasser. She will be our Conside speaker number 1. Camille is a senior associate in Freshfield's International Arbitration and Public International Law Groups in Paris. She has represented and advised clients, including states, across a range of sectors under major arbitration rules, including ICC, UNCITRAL, DIAC, and ICSID, as well as before the International Court of Justice. Her sector experience includes construction and oil and gas, among others. Also, on my left-hand side, we have Andrea Nica. She is our Conside speaker number 2. Andrea is an associate at Bar and Carrer in Zurich. She's a dual Swiss and Romanian qualified lawyer with an international background. She has experience in assisting states, state-owned entities, and large business clients with global operations in complex international arbitration proceedings under various rules, governed by various laws, and seated in various jurisdictions. And of course, I am also joined today by my co-moderator, Liana, who will also tell us a few words about the substance of the issue in debate today. Liana is an independent counsel focusing her practice on international arbitration and private equity. She's also part of the faculty of Sciences Po Law School in Paris, where she got her master's in transnational arbitration and dispute settlement. Liana is also one of the co-chairs of Young Romanian Arbitration Practitioners, an association that we're proud to say currently represents over 85 Romanian arbitration practitioners worldwide. So with that, I will hand the floor to my colleague Liana.
Before I say anything else, thank you so much, Gabi, and thank you for my members of the association for having us here, and to the organizers for allowing us to have this debate today. Before anything else, I'm going to introduce my brilliant co-moderator, Gabi, who is a senior associate also in Freshfield's International Arbitration Group and the Global Dispute Practice in Paris. He is qualified in Romania and New York, and shortly will be in Paris as well. He represents private parties as well as states in investor state and commercial arbitrations under a variety of arbitral rules. And his sector experience includes and focuses on energy, real estate, and construction. With that, I'm going to ask my colleagues from the technical team to put up a QR code on the screen, so that while I do a little overview of why we are here and why we are debating what we are debating, you can take out your phones, scan the code, and soon you will be asked to vote, as Gabi said, the first time on the motion presented before you today. So why we are here and why this exceptional panel of people has dedicated their time to debate this is because until fairly recently, our investment protection system within the EU has been fairly straightforward. It was almost exclusively governed by either national laws or bilateral investment treaties. Following the Lisbon Treaty, all the member states agreed to confirm the EU the power to govern commercial policy, which includes, they allege, investment protection. Shortly after the EU began identifying tensions we are all very aware of, and concluded that, as my colleagues said earlier, we need to purge the BIT system because it was deemed incompatible with the EU legal order. Thus, this has resulted in a jurisprudence by the European Court of Justice, which we have discussed at length today, and a new dawn that is encroaching upon us. So we are here today to debate something that we will be probably debating for a long time in the future, whether in this new transition, the EU law-based investment protection is similar, the same, or who knows, maybe even better, than the system we have been specializing in under the BIT system. So our investors protected the same under these two systems? I really want to talk to those two people.
They're on your panel.
We didn't vote, I'm sorry to say. Our phones were banned because we were biased.
No, they're planted in the audience.
And so, without any further ado, I am going to give the floor to the pro-side speakers to walk us through why the motion might be true.
So,
Juliana.
Is this working? Yes. So thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers of the Bucharest Arbitration Days for the opportunity to be here in front of you today for what was an absolutely exceptional event. I'm very honored to be here with my colleagues and to share some interesting thoughts with you. So as Gabriel has mentioned, we are in character today, so please do not hold anything that the pro-side team says against us in the results of the debate, and try to keep an open mind, because we have tried to be a little bit creative as well in terms of how far we can take this argument. I'm not actually the speaker number one, I'm going to be speaker number two. So in terms of how our pro-side team is organized, my colleague Ioana will be talking about substantive protections, and I will be discussing about the dispute resolution systems. And before doing so, we just want to say, by way of brief introduction, as a general question, what is the interest of an investor coming from an EU member state investing in another EU member state? This is the fundamental question that needs answering. Are we arguing, and I'm already in character, I should say, are we arguing in favor of ISDS simply by default, or is it because there are objective advantages that cannot be replicated through comparable mechanisms in other dispute resolution systems? So with that, I leave it to Ioana to talk to you about the substantive protections under EU law, and then briefly I will turn then to the ISDS system versus national core systems.
Thank you, Juliana. Is this working? Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organizer for extending the invitation, and I want to thank my co-panelists for engaging in such a fun exercise. It is an honor to be in such distinguished company. In the interest of time, I will delve straight into the topic. Given the objectives of EU law of harmonization and integration, we submit that the relationship between EU law and investment law should not be understood in terms of conflict. Extensive analysis on comparative protection standards of intra-EU international investment agreements and their counterparts in the EU legal framework has already been conducted. And the purpose here is not to dissect every EU protection and then lay it bare against its approximate equivalent in the IIA context. In 5 minutes, that would be quite a challenge. But what I will do before briefly referring to standards is highlight the red threads of this debate and some misconceptions that might lie uninvestigated. First, there is the unfounded assumption that the investor bases its investment decision of the BIT. This has been empirically found to be untrue in more than one study. Generally, investors look at the rule of law and the economic system of the target host country before deciding to invest. FDI is not driven by the existence of BITs, and in the EU, the guarantee of the rule of law is one of the criteria for accession to the Union. Second, there is the unfounded assumption that while national legislation can evolve, BITs remain relatively unchanged. However, practice shows that both sets of protections are actually quite dynamic. The OECD released empirical research pointing to a clear tendency towards renegotiating more detailed treaty provisions and restricting investor protection to more precise language. A recent example of dynamic evolution of treaties is the USMCA, which replaced the NAFTA. In that case, the formal negotiation process began in May 2017, and concluded with the signature of the agreed text in November 2018. So it evolves quite rapidly, and it is a definite example of dynamic change in BITs. Now, coming to the protections themselves, both regimes share the aim of guaranteeing investment protections, with the main difference in the leeway given to regulatory powers of the state under each regime. In any case, any limitations on economic freedoms within the EU, which might infringe investors' rights, must always be proportionate and justified by reasons of public policy. Investors under the EU legal framework enjoy the freedom of establishment, the free movement of capital and services, protection against discrimination, as well as all court-made principles. For example, the EU legal order enshrines the right to property and legitimate expectations. To access those protections, one need not go to the Court of Justice of the European Union or the European Court of Human Rights, for example, in cases where the measures fall within the exclusive competence of the member state, but are caught by the ECHR. Bringing a case before these supranational courts is designed as the exception and not the norm. Domestic courts apply EU law on a daily basis, and the gist of the mutual trust principle is that investors must trust the courts that they will apply correctly the internal market rules. Similarly, in terms of ECHR protections, domestic courts are highly influenced by the ECTHR jurisprudence in both monist and dualist systems. And domestic courts also apply domestic law, which enshrines numerous protections for investors. Now, briefly touching upon the protections themselves. Under EU law, member states are required to treat all EU investors the same, regardless of their nationality. And we argue that this is more inclusive than the BIT MFN standard that only concerns similar measures or similarly situated investors from a limited number of member states. It also offers more flexibility to investors as it applies uniformly across the EU. It also applies to market access, which may not necessarily be the case for BITs. Now, coming to expropriation, most national laws require the payment of prompt and adequate compensation paid prior to expropriation in order for an expropriation to be valid. There was a study done in 2015 on 15 national legislations within the EU regarding expropriation that show that as far as compensation is concerned, no expropriation can take place without prior compensation, which compensation should have a monetary form. The compensation should preferably be full compensation in accordance with the equivalence principle, namely, a person's wealth and income should, as much as possible, be the same before and after expropriation. And this entails that the compensation should at least encompass a component that reflects the value of the property taken, which value should be, if not equal to, then at least reasonably related to market value. While EU law does not recognize a standard of protection of fair and equitable treatment, labeled as such, it does offer protections that are encompassed within the EFT standard, but under different names, such as non-arbitrariness, non-discrimination, access to remedies, transparency, and protection of legitimate expectations. I will conclude on this note and pass the baton over to Juliana, who will discuss about mechanism of dispute resolution and court access.
Thank you very much, Ioana. In discussions with several ISDS lawyers, of which I should say I am one, I have heard very often the following sentence being said. It's not so much the substantive protections that matter, it's access to investment arbitration. So let's take a look at and compare access to national courts and access to investment arbitration by looking at 5 different metrics. The first is ease of access in terms of finance to the two systems. The second, the length of the proceedings. The third, the neutrality of the forum. The fourth, quality control. And the fifth, enforcement. So, looking at cost, it has been said, and this is particularly the case in investment arbitration, that it is a very expensive system. It favors medium-sized, but more often than not, large investors who have access to the resources, to the millions of dollars, in order to successfully bring and try an ISDS claim. It is far more difficult for small and medium enterprises, who represent the vast majority of new investors, to gain access to the financing needed to obtain ISDS protection. It is not a given that third-party funding will be available. In contrast, access to courts tends to be more financially accessible, in some states even free of charge. In terms of the length of proceedings, it is also said that ISDS cases, being arbitration cases, are more efficiently resolved, that it is faster to get a final ruling in an arbitration case than it is if you go to the courts. In 2017, the average duration of an ICSID case was 3.7 years. That average reflects a wide discrepancy in terms of the duration of cases. Simple cases get resolved fast, but a lot of cases in ISDS are anything but simple. They raise really complex issues that require briefing on numerous questions of fact and expert evidence. Just for a recent example, the recent Gabriel Resources versus Romania case was registered with ICSID in July 2015. It finished with an award in March 2024. It is as yet uncertain whether an application for annulment under the ICSID rules will be filed. If so, the proceedings will drag on. Possibly, we will then have a resubmission tribunal and then a second annulment proceeding. And this is the self-contained ICSID system. Under the UNCITRAL system, an award is rendered and then will be subject to the setting aside and enforcement proceedings before several national fora. Over here, there will be numerous other questions that will be raised, applications and cross-applications, and before the award can be enforced, it might take a good number of years. It is true that in domestic proceedings, there are several degrees of appeal, which can take long in order to resolve the dispute, but it is questionable, or at least there is an absence of empirical evidence that it will take significantly longer, or at least much longer than in ISDS cases. And with cases becoming increasingly complex and the pressure on investment arbitration to become more cognizant of the different interests of stakeholders, and for this one can refer to the recent lecture of Toby Landau in terms of integrating the interests of various stakeholders, including environmental groups, of which we have heard today, into the proceedings, it is likely that ISDS cases will become even more complex in the future. Turning to the neutrality of the two systems, it is said that arbitration is a neutral forum, in contrast to state courts. Arbitrators are freely chosen by the parties. Judges are paid by the states. So let's look at the payment mechanisms in arbitration versus state courts. Arbitrators are indeed paid by the parties. In investment cases, one often divides the camp of available arbitrators into the pro-state and the pro-investor arbitrators. The arbitrator that has been appointed by a side often issues a dissenting opinion in favor of the side that has appointed him or her. It may be an issue that can be a bit controversial, but one could definitely make the argument that this creates financial incentives in order to market one's services as either being pro-state or pro-investor. So this can dampen the question of neutrality. And if we look at the recent Dutch model BIT, which forgoes the model of party appointment of arbitrators in favor of the appointment of all arbitrators by an appointing authority, one could at least question whether arbitrators are indeed as neutral as they claim to be. And when we're talking about state courts, where does this presumption start from? Is it because the judge is paid by the state where he or she works? The judge's remuneration does not vary depending on the outcome of the case. So we are simply assuming, without evidence, that a judge would view unfavorably an investor from another EU member state simply because of their nationality and because they are not being paid by said investor. That assumption has not been proven yet by facts. And if you look, for instance, at the Vattenfall example, where Vattenfall filed a claim both before ICSID and before the German courts, we see that the German court sided with Vattenfall and argued that the measures adopted by the German government represented an infringement of its property rights and of its legitimate expectations. And on the basis of the decision of the German court, Vattenfall and then Germany concluded a settlement agreement. In terms of the quality of the decision-making system in ISDS and in the court system, there is no principle of stare decisis in investment arbitration. After more than 20 years of this system, we still have unresolved questions of important threshold issues such as, does this operation even qualify as an investment? See the Comstory judgment which was recently annulled by the Paris Court of Appeal. There is no, as yet, appellate review of awards. In contrast, in the state court system, there is a mechanism for quality control, which should ensure at least a degree of consistency and predictability. And finally, if we talk about enforcement, within the intra-EU context, it is roughly comparable to have an award and a judgment that can be enforced through the Brussels I regulation. Most assets will be located within the EU anyway. Therefore, the only point where there is a significant difference would be enforcement outside the borders of the EU. And if we are to consider the vast majority of the states look at compliance with basic and fundamental principles of fairness of proceedings when deciding whether or not to enforce judgments, and the fact that across the EU there is some shared understanding of minimal standards of justice, the likelihood is that EU judgments will be enforced outside the EU as well. So at the end of the day, we would argue in favor of the motion for all of these reasons, that EU law and national law offer comparable protections to the ISDS system in the intra-EU context. Thank you.
We'll give the floor. Sorry. Thank you so much, pro side. We now give the floor to the con side. Good luck. That was a good opening statement.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me for this great panel. Before I start with the arguments, I just want to make sure that we're all clear about the question that we're discussing today. The question is whether the EU law framework provides the same protection for investors as intra-EU BITs. The question is not whether it would be possible to replicate some of the protections that were included in these intra-EU BITs under other legal framework. The question is also not whether the EU law legal framework is sufficient to attract foreign and direct investment in the EU. And I also think that it's important to distinguish between, on the one hand, the EU law regime, which are protections based under EU law, and the domestic law of the member states, which may contain investment protections that even go beyond EU law. And the question is not whether investors' rights are protected under the domestic law of EU member states. The question is whether the EU legal framework, as a supranational legal system, offers the same protection as intra-EU BITs before they were terminated. And so with these points in mind, and as my colleagues explained, without investment treaties, foreign investors have no choice but to resort to domestic courts. My friends opposite mentioned some exceptional circumstances in which you could have recourse to supranational court like the ECJ and the ECHR. And on this point, I just want to make it clear that the ECHR is not part of the EU legal framework. It is a court based on a completely separate treaty and therefore should not be taken into consideration today. So EU law can only be relied upon by investors before domestic courts to the extent that it is directly applicable in the domestic law of the states, or that it creates direct rights for investors, or that it has been transposed by the member states into the domestic law. Very importantly, as I just mentioned, investors have no direct recourse before EU institutions against member states for a breach of EU law. And the reason for that is really the foundation of EU law, which is mutual trust between the EU member states. The idea is that EU member states share common value and that every state implement and enforce EU law effectively and consistently. And that's a great ideal to have, but everybody here knows that that's just not the case today. And in fact, even the European Commission has done studies that have showed that companies distrust the legal system, the court system in many EU member states. And this distrust that exists in domestic judicial system is the very reason why investment treaties were entered into and created. Unlike the EU legal regime, investment treaties are self-contained regimes that offer direct rights and direct remedies to investors without the need for their protections to be implemented into domestic law, but also without the need to have the domestic courts enforce their protection. And even more, states cannot rely on their domestic law to excuse a breach of their obligations under these treaties. A point that my friends opposite mentioned is, well, treaties are subject to change. Of course, that is true. Currently, we are comparing intra-EU BITs with the EU legal framework. They have all been terminated. Most of them were very early BITs and contained wide protections of investments. But also something to appreciate is, to change a treaty, you need an agreement between two states. It cannot be a unilateral action by a state to change its law, to change its regulations. So this is really the difference between these two systems. And when you look at these two differences, it's very clear that by its very nature, by its construct, investment treaties offer better protection than EU law treaties as they currently exist. Now, we've heard about these protections that exist under the EU law system. And when you hear it, you're like, well, that sounds great. I have non-discrimination, protection against expropriation, even maybe something akin to fair and equitable treatment. But something that was not mentioned is that the scope of these rights is much more limited than under investment agreements. Importantly, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union is only applicable and binding on states to the extent they act in the framework of EU law. If the state measure has no relationship whatsoever with EU law and with the scope of competence of the EU, then these rights do not apply. And you, oh. No, they really do not apply. And so you don't, and that's a very important difference to make when comparing with the protections under the investment treaties, where the protection against non-discrimination, the protection against expropriation, these apply whatever the state measure is and relates to. Another important point that was not mentioned is that under EU law, interferences with fundamental rights and freedoms may be justified in some circumstances in light of overriding public interest. That possibility is expressly recognized, for example, in Article 36 of the Treaty on the European Union, and it is also accepted that the rights under the Charter of Fundamental Rights must be considered in relation to their social function. And what this means is that restrictions under EU law are accepted as long as they are in line with the objectives of the European Union and they are not disproportionate. Now, again, this is an important difference. And my friends opposite are going to tell you, yes, but you know, nowadays, even arbitral tribunals are more inclined to take into account and respect states' right to regulate and to take into account public policy considerations. that might be the case, but not to the same extent as it is under EU law. Under EU law, you have a textual basis for doing that. Under the law as written, you should take these things under consideration. That's not the case in the treaties. And again, we're talking about intra-EU BITs. I am not talking about potential future treaties that may one day be concluded or that may already exist, but did not relate to intra-EU investments, that now specifically allow tribunals to take these considerations into account. That's not the question. So I will now discuss a bit some of the substantive protections that simply do not exist under EU law. A very easy one is an umbrella clause. Umbrella clause allows investors to be protected at the international law level for breaches that happen at the domestic law of contractual rights. That's a very useful and used protection by investors. And of course, you can say, well, every member state respects the contractual law and enforce contracts. Well, that's true, but that still means you don't have this extra layer of protection which allows you to bring claims not only at the domestic level in relation to your contract, but also at the international law level when the state has failed to comply with its contractual obligations. And I'm just conscious of time. Okay. So I'll just mention maybe one last point, which was also mentioned by my colleagues, and that relates to expropriation. And here again, we're looking at the protection of the right to property under EU law. I am not talking about the protection against expropriation under domestic law. And on this, most treaties, investment treaties, require payment of prompt, adequate, and effective compensation, and adequately generally means market value. On the other hand, in the EU law system, it just refers to fair compensation. And the ECHR, which we expect the European Court of Justice to rely on the case law of the ECHR to inform its future case law on the right to expropriation, has accepted that compensation for expropriation could be under market value when the circumstance justified it. Now, there's not enough case law today to discern a trend of the Court of the European Union on this point specifically, but we just expect that this is going to follow the trend of the ECHR. And on this point, it's very clear that the standard in investment treaties is far broader than what's been applied by the ECHR and what we expect to happen before the Court of the European Union. So I think I'll stop there and let my colleague to talk to you about an even more important point, which is dispute resolution.
Hi everyone. Thank you as well for the kind invitation, and to the organizers for this panel and for the Bucharest Arbitration Days. I will continue to further build on the arguments that my colleague Camille made in favor of intra-EU investment arbitration. Just at the outset, I would like to mention that the pro-side team made a very interesting argument against arbitration and not necessarily for domestic courts. And let's take a step back to this end and remember why was arbitration initially included in BITs. It was exactly for the purpose of achieving neutrality, delocalization, and in the interest of depolitization, because we all know that an investor is interested in having a decision that is not affected by either the home state or the host state intervention. So against this background, we all know that arbitration in BITs can be governed by various rules, in particular ICSID, which is a self-contained system, but also by under the rules of other institutions, noteworthy ICC, PCA, LCIA, or SCC. And I will try to rebut, in no particular order, the arguments that the pro team brought against arbitration in the context of intra-EU BITs. So first of all, let's go back to neutrality. As my colleague Camille mentioned, there are various studies, including from the European Union Commission, saying that perceived judicial independence can influence investment decisions. So on this point, even assuming that arbitration is expensive, it's lengthy, and so on and so forth, which I will later rebut, I think we can all agree the fact that the quality and the lesser independence of the domestic judicial systems reduces the usefulness of the rules facilitating cross-border investment and of harmonized secondary legislation. The difference in national institutional settings is obviously notable. And I'm not referring here necessarily to the difference between less developed countries and more developed countries. There are even studies that discuss, even from the International Monetary Fund, that discuss even, I don't want to do any name shaming here, so I will not mention particular countries, but there's clearly not a uniform approach in terms of domestic proceedings and how they function. And on this side, the quality of the judiciary in recipient countries with poor quality judicial system should matter to the protection of investor, because likely an investor will, even within the EU, will consider what recourse it has in order to recover its investments. Then to the point of the fact that the arbitrators are remunerated. I cannot help but wonder if judges in the national courts would not be hesitant to accord compensation in the amount of host states' public health yearly budgets. Of course, Vattenfall is a good example that domestic courts can grasp concepts of investment law, but at the same time, let's remember that that case ended up with a settlement agreement. So we still don't know if domestic courts are inclined or are able to, are open to grant very big compensations. Then turning to the point of length, I think this is necessarily intertwined with various other questions. One of them is specialization. Indeed, arbitrators may be incentivized by the fact that they are remunerated, but at the same time, they also provide the comfort of having a specialized reputation of having knowledge of investment law, which domestic courts currently lack. In particular, there are studies that say that judges at EU level even don't have so far full experience in recognition and enforcement of decisions under the Brussels regulation, let alone are capable of dealing with more complex issues such as FET or the sorts. And then also to the point of length, my colleagues in the pro team mentioned that quality control is relevant for domestic proceedings, and that would actually ensure consistency and predictability. I would argue the fact that appellate review would actually go against one of the aims which were sought by investment arbitration, that is to have a fast proceeding with limited review,
which ensures fast enforcement and without additional layers of review and unnecessary extension of the proceedings. And here I would make a distinction. As we all probably know, under the ICSID Convention, awards are directly enforced within the jurisdiction of the signatory state. So the final decision of the decision of an ICSID tribunal is considered a decision of that state. The grounds for annulment are very, very limited, and this, in my opinion, is a very important point for efficiency and for costs. Also, under the UN Convention, enforcement is uncomplicated and effective, irrespective of the arbitration rules, and the annulment grounds are quite limited under Article 5. So on this point, again, I'm afraid I don't agree with the pro team, in the sense that domestic arbitration would be in any way faster, cheaper, neutral, or more accessible. On the contrary, I would say that given the lack of specialization of domestic courts, an added layer of complexity from the potential appellate review and an added layer of complexity at the enforcement stage would make the proceedings not by far comparable to the success of the arbitration in intra-EU BITs.
Thank you very much, everyone, for those wonderful opening remarks. We will now switch to questions, initially by the moderators, and have some reactions from the panelists already if they wish to react. Otherwise, they can choose to save their reactions for the closing remarks. And then we will hand it over to the audience for questions. Please keep in mind that during the questions, our panelists are still in character. So don't ask them what their actual view is. That's for post-conference festivities. I think my first question will be for Ioana. And Ioana, you mentioned that domestic legislations in at least 15 jurisdictions that were analyzed, and I presume probably all of them, provide for the payment of prompt, fair, and adequate compensation in the case of the expropriation of an asset. And the point being that the domestic courts will provide that compensation if the state doesn't do so voluntarily. Now, in arbitration, arbitrators and experts have had decades of experience in providing evidence on this and in analyzing the expert reports, and that evidence has become increasingly more sophisticated. Arbitrators are now well accustomed to analyzing complex economic issues such as DCFs, double counting, and other similar concepts. But in the beginning, a few decades ago, maybe that was not necessarily the case. And I am wondering, where do you think the courts of the various member states stand in that regard presently?
So thank you for the question. It's working now. So I think each jurisdiction has its challenges as regards this complex area of law, but I think the challenges are not so different to those faced by arbitral tribunals. For example, now I will refer to pre-Brexit England. There have been cases where compensation payments have been, for example, artificially and arbitrarily inflated and not deflated due to unforeseen interaction of various legislative provisions. So I think sometimes we start from the idea that a national court will side with the state or will kind of be biased against when calculating compensation and will disfavor the investor, but that has not been the case. So, of course, across all jurisdiction, we would require a huge empirical study to establish the mechanism of calculating expropriation. But I think national courts also face challenges when calculating compensation. It's not about the bias, it's about how the national provisions indicate who is to do that calculation and by what mechanism. And in the Greenweb case, for example, in England, land worth £15,000 was awarded compensation of 1.6 million due to the interplay at that point of various statutes. So in that case, the Court of Appeal described the decision as highly regrettable because there was a need to reform the law, and there was a huge discussion about reforming the law as regards compensation for expropriation. But as the situation was at that moment, they couldn't have not afforded that level of compensation to the investor, which is a huge amount, 1.6 million compared to the actual value of the land of 15,000. So this is a point to say that we do not have empirical evidence to show that national legislation or national judges are skewed towards states in calculating compensation. Another issue, for example, in Ireland, if you want me to take examples from national legislations, is the National Asset Management Agency Act of 2009, which leaves the power to assess compensation with arbitrators rather than the courts, so that there is a delegation of expertise from the courts to arbitrators when calculating compensation. It is highly debated whether the court's role should be expanded in relation to compensation, but this is an example of a national legislation where experts decide on compensation. And to conclude, I do acknowledge that compensation is not a predictable or straightforward issue in national courts or in national legislations, but neither is in arbitration. So from that point of view, they are comparable and as unpredictable. And what can be asserted with certainty from our point of view is that a mechanism for compensation exists in each national legislation, and it is put into practice even if the results are not entirely consistent or predictable, but the same is true for arbitration.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. But I just wanted to intervene a bit because I think the con side managed to bully us into having a discussion about national laws exclusively. And now I'm curious, and I'm directing the question to you. You, I think, Camille, said that there's no direct recourses for investors under EU law apart from national courts, and that is not rightly so what the focus of this debate is. But I'm curious, why aren't, for example, the ECJ and the ECHR valuable and valid alternatives to this? Why is it not the same as starting an arbitration proceeding under a BIT in efficiency terms?
Thanks. I'm just gonna, if I may, react to the answer first on compensation, because I think it's, the illustration that was given on this question is another example why for these high value cases, investors are better protected going to arbitration than going to national court. Because in the example that was given, we had domestic legislation interfering with the calculation of damages that was awarded to the investor. When it's not that, it can be other considerations that my colleague described. And so again, I think the question of having experienced arbitrators that are used to dealing with these high value claims and used to dealing with these complex quantification mechanism does create a real value in arbitration. And although, of course, you can have, it's always hard to predict the outcome of a claim and how compensation will be awarded. In investment arbitration, the basis for compensation is the same, right? It's factory torso, principal, full reparation. And when you go to the domestic level, then you have to adapt to the procedure and to the rules of compensation of each state, which differs. And for investors, that's a real risk that they need to take into consideration before investing, to know what the law is, how to prepare, and to then have to deal with a system of law that they might not be familiar with. And then to take your question, and I'm going to give some of it to my colleague because I think it's more of her remit, but I will say on the ECHR, because I think this is really a crucial point, the ECHR is based on the European Convention on Human Rights, which is a completely separate treaty to the EU treaties. It doesn't have the same member states. The member states are those of the Council of Europe. It is not equal to the European Union. So whenever you hear that investors, because they don't have intra-EU BITs anymore, they can go to the ECHR, that's all fine and all fair, but that's not thanks to the EU. That's not within the EU law system. The only relevance of the ECHR is on the interpretation of the substantive principles it contains, because the ECJ, when interpreting human rights principles, including those included in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, relies on the jurisprudence and the case law of the ECHR to interpret the scope of these principles. So that's really fundamental. And on the ECJ, it's a very simple rule, is that as an individual, i.e. no one in this room or a private party, can just take a claim against a state before the ECJ. That just does not exist at all. And so, but then I think maybe that's a good time to talk about what you can do within the EU system and why it's still not satisfactory in our view.
Thank you very much. So yes, to further build on the point which Camille made, indeed there is some sort of recourse before the European Court of Human Rights in ECJ for investors, but there are some caveats that need to be made for people to understand very clearly what is possible and what is useful. So first of all, for European Court of Human Rights here, there have been, like my colleague said, and investors can allege some substantive standards of protection, and this has been made in Rusalis versus Romania and Rompetrol versus Romania, this kind of arguments. But if we don't have investment arbitration anymore and we need to go to court, domestic courts, we cannot go directly to the European Court of Human Rights, because there's an exhaustion of remedies under Article 35, paragraph 1 of the European Convention of Human Rights. So just to wrap it up on this first argument, no direct recourse for investors before going to the domestic courts, with all the pitfalls that and disadvantages that I discussed before. And in relation to the European Court of Human Rights, European Court of Justice, again, no direct recourse, but here we might have a small advantage in the sense that the European Court of Justice gives preliminary rulings which could assist the domestic courts to a certain extent in giving a uniform interpretation of the European framework. However, here I would still argue that this is not mandatory for lower courts. In practice, this would lead to an even further extension of the domestic proceedings, because these kind of proceedings take anywhere from 16 to 24 months. And the position of the European Court of Justice with regards to the protection of investor still remains to be tested. There is some case law in which the court sort of advocated in favor of the investors, but still it's not yet clear. And as we also heard today, in the Greek case, that position would be more likely disadvantage to investors in general.
I would just add something. Does this work?
Yes.
Okay, just something very brief that I found really fascinating, namely the statement that investors are not familiar with the law of the host state where they are investing, and maybe they will not invest or make some other decisions. I would submit perhaps they should get familiar, because investors, even under the investment arbitration system, have an obligation to carry out due diligence before investing in the host state.
Just to be clear, of course, they would have to, but it's an additional hurdle to have to go in front of a court that you're not familiar with, maybe in a language that you don't speak. So in terms of what is more favorable to you as an investor, I would submit that going in front of an international arbitration tribunal is. But agreed with your point just now.
If I can just go out of format and have a follow-up question for Camille on that. Would you say that investors don't investors have to get familiar with the national laws in any event, even under a BIT framework, as part of the due diligence of investing, in order to be able to then claim things like legitimate expectations have been breached and so forth?
No, absolutely. I think here the advantage I'm talking about is purely one of process. So once you're starting a dispute against the state, a procedure that's going to be easier for you to navigate as an investor is international arbitration, rather than have to become familiar with procedural law of the state, potentially different language, as I just mentioned. So agreed that on the substance, when you're investing in another country, of course you will become familiar with that domestic law, as you say, including for legitimate expectation, but also to make sure that you're investing in compliance with the domestic law of the state. But again, that doesn't mean that having a process that happens at an international level, generally in English or in a language common to the parties, in a procedure that is, for example, for exit based on an international treaties, etc., is not more advantageous than going and adapting to the procedural laws of each of the member states.
Just briefly say, because this is about dispute resolution systems, I would submit that you always have to adapt to dispute resolution systems. Every investor filing at exit or under an ad hoc system won't be advised by counsel, and highly experienced, sophisticated, and expensive counsel, I should add. So if they can afford to do that in investment arbitration, I fail to see how they would not be able to find competent local counsel to advise them of the various vagaries of domestic legal proceedings.
On this
May I just chime in on the second point of your argument with the Court
I
of
just had like
Justice
one sentence
for Juliana.
rebuttal for Juliana. I see the point of your argument, but let's take into consideration that investors are usually multinationals who invest in several jurisdictions, and the advantage of investment arbitration is the fact that it offers a uniform system of procedural rules, which again increases predictability and can lead to cost savings. And indeed, arbitration lawyers are expensive, but it's one thing to have arbitration lawyers that can help you with arbitration in multiple jurisdictions, and you can replicate sort of the claims and the procedure with having, as opposed to having local counsel engaged in multiple jurisdictions.
Before handing the mic to you and then stopping you, because the audience needs to have questions as well, the same argument, if I may intervene with a comment, might be made for the fact that it's easiest to have a single functioning treaty like the TFEU governing all the rights of all of the investors in all 27 member states. So you are arguing about uniformity, which as a former EU law student, triggers the fact that that's one of the tenements of EU law. And I'm sure
I wanted to make the same point, and also adding to that regarding the Court of Justice of the European Union as last resort court and the lack of direct access. The whole point of going to the national court is that the national court will apply EU law correctly, and if the national court has questions or they don't know how to apply it, then that is an exceptional situation where they will make a preliminary ruling. But given that we already have rulings on legitimate expectations, non-discrimination, many standards that are comparable with standards in investment arbitration, you wouldn't need to reach the last resort court because the national court is bound by the Court of Justice of the European Union's decision. And that makes it all the more efficient. So you don't need to jump through all those hoops. You go to the national court, and through mutual trust and sincere cooperation, they all know how to apply EU law.
We hope.
And that's assuming, like I started the debate, that the domestic courts have the specialization required. My argument regarding the preliminary ruling was based on the assumption that they don't.
Let's see what the audience's concerns are before we move to further and last rebuttals and ask the final question. Anyone brave enough? Yes.
So perhaps unsurprisingly, first of all, it was a great debate on both sides. And perhaps unsurprisingly, the debates ended up, procedurally speaking, as to whether arbitration is a perfect system or we should all go to the domestic courts. But that was really not the question. I haven't heard what is the alternative proposed by at the European level to deal with these types of claims. Domestic courts already existed. They exist with or without the European Union. They may be sophisticated or not. They actually exist under the BITs with the added advantage that if the investor does want to go to the domestic courts, at least in theory, will have a possibility to apply the text of the BIT, which without the BIT, they wouldn't. So the only thing I do know that the European Union does envisage is the creation of a multilateral investment court, which to me at least suggests that something is missing. So I don't know if...
I think your question is for me.
Yes, of course, I've been looking at you.
Yes, yes. So the multilateral investment court is for an extra EU context. So let's put things where they should be, okay? So that has been created as a benefit that the EU grants to investors from Canada, Singapore, and other countries with which the EU has concluded FTAs. Because the assumption is, under the EU legal order, which encompasses the courts, there is a sufficient degree of cohesion and coordination, which is ensured by EU law, the constant expansion of the sphere of competences of the EU, regulations, directives that are being implemented, and a common set of minimal standards. So even in arbitration, you do not have the same quality across all the tribunals. You have a minimum set of standards that are in the BIT, and when a state enters the European Union, it is accepted that they meet those same minimal standards. Of course, there is variation, but the question is, do they meet the minimal standard? So within the EU legal system, it's not necessary to have a multilateral investment court because the system, and again, I'm in character when I'm arguing this, I hope you bear this in mind, okay? Within the system, there already is a mechanism to ensure access to justice and effective remedies. In contrast, the same cohesion and the same coordination does not exist in an extra EU context, and there's differences between legal systems that are far more marked, which is why the EU has extended this benefit to investors coming from outside the EU. So I don't really see that as being an argument in favor of creating something at the EU level or granting access to investors at the EU level to the MIC. And then you also mentioned the need to create something else. And I think that was also the undercurrent of the other side, which is what we have is clearly not perfect. Well, investment arbitration is not perfect either. We're talking about two imperfect systems, and the situation that we have today in the context of the EU legal system is everything but the BATs, everything but investment arbitration, basically. So the question is, what we are left with after the decisions of the CJU, is it sufficient? So if it's sufficient, that means that we will have equal. Well, equal means, well, do we mean identical? Identical, no. Is it sufficiently comparable? That's another question. So for that, you will have your vote at the end. Effectively, as the system is designed, the MIC is not designed for what the EU starts to deem as an internal context. It's not an external context. No.
I think the risk of having a debate amongst such talented lawyers was always that we would run over time. So with that in mind, I think we can take one more question from Sherban, and then we should probably move to the closing remarks.
Thanks, Gabriel. Thanks, everyone, for the very interesting debate. My question, Juliana, is going to be directed to you again. I found it quite convincing when you were doing the comparison between the court system and the arbitration system, but afterwards, while thinking a bit about it, it seemed to me that you took the very practical characteristics of the arbitration system, like looking at it in practice, and then compared it against the court system at a very theoretical and on paper level. So would you think that if we would take into account more of how the court system actually is in practice, not just in paper and in theory, would the comparison still look so good as to find this equivalence where it seems that your side suggests that there is no need for an arbitration system where we have the courts?
Well, that's a very broad question. So it is true that I am an arbitration lawyer, so a lot of my practical insights came from that. But I think there's also been some practical examples in terms of instances before the courts, and I refer to the Vattenfall example as one such instance. And the reason why perhaps it is more difficult to come up with practical examples for the court systems in this type of a situation is because our situation is relatively new. Up until recently, investors from a new member states wanting to go to arbitration, they would go to arbitration. So the system, effectively, all of these discussions that we're having right now in terms of these presumptions, they haven't really been tested either way. So we don't really know at this particular moment in time whether indeed EU member states courts will be animated by some sort of foreign animus directed vis-a-vis other EU investors. The hypothesis has not been tested. So we don't know if it's going to be a positive or a negative understanding of the concept. Perhaps this is the degree of generality, but otherwise one has to look at the practice of courts with applications under domestic law and to see whether they are satisfactory. And all of these the condition of the legal system and of the judiciary will be factored in by the investor at the time of making the investment. And if they consider that the level of protection is unsatisfactory, the judicial system cannot be relied upon, etc., they will simply either not invest or they will divest through a corporation incorporated in a jurisdiction with access to a BIT. So if they are there, okay, if they are already there, it means that following their due diligence, they have assessed the standard as being at least satisfactory. Perhaps not ideal, but satisfactory.
That was the commission, by the way.
I don't know how to interpret that sign, but...
Thank you so much. Does this work? Thank you so much. I have to be the bad guy and remind our brilliant panelists that although I would stay here with you and debate this, and we can do it later after this conference, we're running out of time. So please, I would invite you now to make your rebuttals in a few words, as little as possible. Keep it under 1 minute, ideally, and just hit us with your best shot. Can we start?
Yes. So, imagine a situation. A state has taken measures against you. You've gone to court. You've said it breaches your rights under the Charter of Fundamental Rights. The court has decided against you. You go to the Court of Cassation or whatever the Supreme Court is in your country. They disagree with you. But there has, in fact, been a breach of a fundamental right, which would otherwise have been protected by an intra-EU BIT. What do you do? Well, it's simple. Under EU law, you can't do anything. So that is the full answer to the question asked today. It's not a comparison of courts and arbitration. It's not a comparison of whether, it's not a question of whether EU law can offer some protections. The question is, did intra-EU BIT give investors an advantage? And the answer to that is undeniably yes.
And just to be like the good cop here a bit, even admitting that EU domestic courts might not be biased, might be capable of granting, having the investor's interest in mind, and might not side with the state just because they're reluctant to put themselves in weird positions of granting high amounts as compensation. I would argue that the range in quality and independence of European Union member state judicial systems is very broad. So an argument that their national systems are equally neutral, specialized, and can ensure a level of protection and efficiency towards settling investor claims is not sustainable, at least not in the current state of affairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my view is that the discussion has evolved in the sense that we do acknowledge that there are protections within the EU legal framework. They may be equivalent, but we do not trust the courts to actually enforce them. First, we do hold that protections are wider within the EU legal framework, especially concerning the access to remedies and the non-discrimination provisions, because within the EU legal framework we do have the market access test, so you don't need to already have made an investment in the country in order to contest a provision that restricts your access as an investor, which is not always the case with BITs. So some provisions are broader and allow advantages to investors that are not available under BITs. But the hypothesis with the partiality of judiciaries has not been tested, I think. Within the EU, the host states that we are talking about used to be communist or post-communist states, and this was during a time when they had not acceded to the EU. So the quality of the judiciary did not meet EU standards. And we hold that this is not the case anymore. And after the accession to EU, the situation has changed, and member state courts have been recognized to meet the EU standard. And they do undergo continuous development. And it is difficult to argue that a member state court would look unfavorably upon an investor from another member state court simply because of their nationality.
I'll just say a very couple of words, and I'm going to stick to two things that remained glued to my mind. First, investors are multinationals. False. Investors come in all shapes and sizes. Not just multinationals deserve access to a system. And second, that in terms of quality control, an appellate review, which is available under the national court system but not under the ISDS system, would go against the aim of fast proceedings with limited review. Should we not question whether we actually need fast proceedings with limited review in cases which involve significant public interest affecting a multiplicity of stakeholders? Perhaps we should consider things more thoroughly and carefully? Well, that's something to be discussed in another panel.
Thank you so much to my co-moderator and my co-panelists and the speakers, and to the organizers, because we're going to be just 1 minute over time. I'm just going to ask my colleagues to put our final poll so that we can see what the conclusion of our debate was today. Well, that's impressive. You've managed to win couple of, I mean, 6 votes on your side. In a room of arbitration practitioners, 7. Y'all just, you're...
9 votes.
9.
It would have been funny if it was the other way around.
Our expectations were legitimate and reduced. So the fact that we have 9 votes starting from 2 makes us proud.
But let's note we didn't lose votes, so they got votes from relative votes. We have also more as well. So.
I think we can conclude that both sides have won. Thank you very much, everyone, for bearing with us. To the panel.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of 2024 Bucharest Arbitration Days. Now, Bucharest Arbitration Days is supposed to be a top-notch arbitration event, and I hope, to a certain extent, we are succeeding. Bucharest Arbitration Days is supposed to be a networking opportunity and a place for interaction and having fun. And I hope, to a certain extent, we are succeeding. We have set a high threshold in 2019 when it started, and ever since we strive to improve it. My biased view is that, to a certain extent, we are doing it. Now, once again, it's the appropriate time to thank all our sponsors and our media supporters. I will not mention them once again, but I would like to focus on 3 special thanks. Thanks to Walter Kluvers for all technical support. Without you guys, this would not have been possible. And for all who attended remotely the event, thank you. Thanks to a name which was not mentioned enough for everything she did for all our speakers, and I'm sure you are all going to confirm, Cosmina Mureșan, who helped all of you to gather the information that you needed. And the last special thanks, you all know Crina, I suppose. If you didn't know her, you discovered these days. She, amongst other qualities, she's also modest, and she was repeatedly embarrassed because her name was mentioned too many times by our speakers and the persons that she knew. In this context, I would never dream, myself, of thanking you, but on behalf of the Romanian arbitration community, thank you, Crina Baltag, for everything you are doing for Bucharest Arbitration Days. Now, save the date. 5th and 6th of June 2025 is going to be our next edition, and we are going to do our best once again to make it even better than this one. In this moment, it is impossible for me to conceive what could we do to make it better than this year's edition, but we are going to try. Now, my personal initiative, I haven't had time to liaise with Crina, Sorina, and the rest, but I take the personal freedom to offer a tenured job to our friend over there, Kabir. Will you be interested in becoming a permanent moderator with Bucharest Arbitration Days for the rest of our life? To do in order to say yes, and I do, and I will do it. Thank you. And enjoy Bucharest for the rest of your time. Thank you once again.